That you have very, very competitive racing, including the stakes, which we'll talk about. One going long, one going short, both for 2-year-olds on the turf.
Speaking of 2-year-olds, we'll jump right into it with race 1, 2-year-old fillies. It's a maiden optional claiming. So 1 mile on the main track, 2-year-old fillies which were sold or RNA'd for $60,000 or less, not running for the claiming tag. That does include your current 1-2 favorite in Chartist. As we look at the field, we'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting things off in the post-parade with the 1 Fonzie Angel turf to dirt.
Gets back to the dirt where ran a little bit, was second 2 races back behind a bit of a long shot. Going to have to step the game up to win here, but taking some money.
5-1 right now on the board, ran second in an off-the-turf race at this level 2 starts back. There's the 2 Grit and Glitter stretching out.
Yeah, I mean, listen, ran a respectable race last time, did have a very good trip overall in the race, despite the break, but these are tougher horses in general as this horse moves up out of a maiden claimer.
There's Chartist, heavy favorite now.
I'm not surprised this horse is a heavy favorite. It comes out of a legit field, believable. A distant second. The stake yesterday concurrently, who was second, came back to win, improved a buyer point 1 point. Either Chartist ran like a horse that would benefit greatly from the debut.
Big price on the 4 probable choice. There is the 5 Icy Legs, another long shot.
Another long shot in here as both these horses have to improve substantially.
There's Baseball Lady stretching out in distance.
Yeah, I mean, I guess she is probably the other horse, as she is the second choice in here. And they're overbetting the 3, who I think is a likely winner. This, the second choice, has some speed.
And Kef, long shot to the outside.
Yes, another horse like the 4, like the 5, that would have to improve a great deal.
The 3 Chartist, very short price, as you mentioned, faced Believable, who ran in the Tempted yesterday, live race. And it did seem throughout the running of that race that she maybe was still figuring out exactly what she was doing. I thought that she really looked like a horse that would benefit from a start under her belt as well.
2 to 5 is overboard. I picked this horse. I think she's an extraordinarily likely winner. And I think 4 to 5 is fine. You got to be a little careful. I mean, to me, the thing is, her competition are coming out of maiden claiming races. She's coming out of a pretty decent maiden special field, trying to go a mile first time out, and boy did she run like a horse that will benefit from a race. She didn't break there. She broke okay, but she kind of took herself out of the race. She made a big middle move, a bit wide. She flattened out at the end. To me, it's almost a classic example of a horse, especially for good connections, that needed the debut.
Heavy favorite now as we get ready to kick off the card. We welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale with us, getting a good look at these 2-year-olds. What are you seeing, Maggie?
Acacia, I think number 3 Chartist definitely looks like the horse to beat. And your husband Miguel saying to me in the paddock when she debuted, look, I probably should have put her in those maiden optional claiming races because Mr. Evans, Robert Evans that is, very cleverly put this homebred through the sale to get her RNA'd or, you know, bought back, whatever you want to say, for the $50,000. So this is the right spot for her. She looks fantastic. She definitely looks like the horse to beat. A little bit bigger than the rest of her competition, great coat, and if anything, she looks a lot fitter in this second start. And obviously, as you guys pointed out, the experience probably aiding her chances here today. The only thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is, at least in her first race, she was completely devoid of speed, and Joel Rosario opted to keep her with the pony and give her a very, very quiet warm-up. So wishing I would have saw a little bit of more energy just to say, hey, we're going to put her in the game a bit more here, because she's facing several fillies that are stretching out in distance, including number 6 Baseball Lady, who does seem like her main rival in here for Safi Joseph Jr. And last time, albeit in a state-bred maiden 50, it was a bit of a merry-go-round race in which she was kind of shuffled back on the turn. So willing to give her a little bit of an excuse there. She's fairly athletic looking, though she's not that convincing getting more ground. She's pretty sharp and keen, so look for her to obviously be forward in here, and was slightly flattered by the fact that Pinky Breyer came back to break her maiden with a 64 buyer in her subsequent start. So while I like her, it just felt as though the stretch out was a little bit of a question mark. And same thing with number 2 Grit and Glitter, as this race as a whole is a bring back race from the canceled card on last Thursday. Grit and Glitter, however, was entered in the other other maiden 75 optional, going 6.5 furlongs. So they put her here in the mile. And while I thought she ran fairly well, she was, comfortable and professional, chasing on the rail. She kind of switched out late. She almost got there behind Big Eleonora, who did have the experience edge over. And I do think here now, in her second start, she has strengthened a bit, and she looks better in her coat, all things better in those aspects. So I'm not convinced that this is the right distance for her. As number 1, Fonzie Angel, I know trying the turf made a lot of sense given her pedigree, but if you go back to her race 2 back and off the turf event, to be fair, I thought she ran well. She broke a bit slow and awkwardly. She was well behind. Then she moved closer going into the turn while on the inside, and she kind of weaved her way through traffic as Caradis was a lot more forwardly placed. I think this filly has developed quite nicely physically for Jimmy Ryerson, and I think getting an extra furlong should be well within her wheelhouse. Has a lot of leg, a lot of height to her overall. So I think she's the other one behind Chartis that I would use, Acacia.
We're going to take a quick pause. FS2 joining us. We are just about set for race 1 at Aqueduct. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thanks for joining us here on FS2. You're just in time. Race 1 from the Big A. 2-year-old maiden optional claiming, going 1 mile on the main track. It's Chartis, second-time starter, who is a heavy favorite. We'll go right up to Chris Griffin for the call of the opener at the Big A.
Icy Legs just hesitating. Baseball Lady, Manny Franco. Kef goes in, all set. And they're off. Speed towards the inside, Grit and Glitter right out towards the front, and now in between horses, Probable Choice will soon command. Probable Choice has got the lead, is up by about a half length, and towards the outside, Baseball Lady is a close-up second. At the rail, tight hold here from Fonzie Angel. Outwider is Kef, that's the leading 4. Just behind them in 5th comes Icy Legs, who's now in front of Grit and Glitter towards the tail end of the field, and the trailer is Chartis. 23.30 for the opening quarter mile. Probable Choice at a big number is in front, is up by a length. Baseball Lady is in pursuit towards the outside as a close-up second still at the rail. That's Fonzie Angel and Jose Lascano in 3rd. Kef is following them, is in the 4th position. Then getting closer was Chartis. Chartis is now 3.5 off the lead. The 2 at the back, that's Grit and Glitter with Icy Legs. 46-4. For the half-mile time, they turn up the pressure. Baseball Lady is in pursuit of Probable Choice, who's still a nose in front. Kef is all in. Chartis has made the sustained rally is towards the outside. Gonna get the jump is Fonzie Angel, and Fonzie Angel has come calling for the lead. Baseball Lady is trying to battle on. Chartis 3 wide. They approach a quarter mile left to go. Fonzie Angel has put a nose in front. Battling right back is Baseball Lady. Chartis is trying to pick it up. Chartis still 3.5 off the lead. It's Fonzie Angel and Baseball Lady. Fonzie Angel is stretching the margin. A final furlong to get. Fonzie Angel is up by a length and a half. 16th left to go. Baseball Lady battles on. Fonzie Angel. Baseball Lady. Fonzie Angel wins the opener. Baseball Lady second. Chartis, Grit, and Glitter for 4th. In 1 minute 37.52 seconds.
Fonzie Angel pulling the upset in the opener at 9-1. As we say hello, Acacia Kalani, Andy Serling here for our FS2 viewers joining us. And Andy, daughter of Liam's Matt, Fonzie Angel, getting back to the dirt where she ran second at this level 2 starts back. She was in the perfect striking spot today under Jose Lascano.
She's a very hard horse to make on paper, I'm not going to lie. Her dirt races are not very good. She was a better horse today. I mean, part of it was the favorite kind of stunk, to be honest. No excuse. They moved up front. She made a move, and she couldn't finish. This horse finished, Fonzie Angel. I mean, it felt like Baseball Lady was in trouble around the turn. She still held for second, but Fonzie Angel improved. It's been a very good year for Jimmy Ryerson. Another win for him.
And he has a nice group of 2-year-olds as well, particularly New York breds. This one not a New York bred, but getting back to the dirt, and she gets to the winner's circle today, able to run down Baseball Lady. As you said, they went quick enough up front. It was 1-6-3-2 in the opener, 9-1 upset. Here in race 1, Jose Lascano and Jimmy Ryerson with the victory in the first race of the day. We have plenty more to come, including some 2-year-old stakes still on the program. We're just getting started here on America's Day at the races, and we'll be back after this.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
You're watching America's Day at the races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Are you an ice skater? I imagine you go tear it up at Rockefeller Center around Christmas time.
Yeah, no, I don't do that. I haven't skated in years, but as a kid, I skated all the time. All the time. I love
That's pretty
skating.
awesome.
I'm sure I could figure it out again.
It's almost
Like
that
riding a
time
bike,
of year.
right?
Like riding a bike. Fonzie Angel into the winner's circle here in race 1 as she finished second in an off-the-turf race at this level 2 starts back on the dirt. That was her last dirt start, and she ran well that day. Certainly improved, and she was more forward getting back onto the dirt today.
Yeah, it was a different horse. A little bit of time coming off that turf race. Better horse, no doubt. She improved for Jimmy Ryerson, and once again, these horses are running. You don't see a lot of Liam's maps that sell for $20,000. They bought this horse in the 2-year-old sale, and they've already done well. You know, more than out with this horse. And listen, she ran okay, obviously. Favor didn't show up, but she ran a nice improved race for Jimmy.
Jimmy Ryerson, who has some nice 2-year-olds as mentioned, has Sweet Montreal later in the Stewart Manor, but first he won the opener, and he's with Mackie.
Yeah, we'll touch on her in a little bit here, and please be joined by Jimmy here in the winner's circle as Fonzie Angel. Jimmy getting back to the dirt, which you would have thought she'd like the turf, being out of a Galileo mare. Liam's map on top, but she really, you know, I thought in her race 2 back ran very well in that off-the-turf event.
She did, and she probably was the best horse. She got off bad. She didn't stand good. She really broke poorly. She wasn't good in the gate that day, and that cost her that race. We all expected her to run good on a turf, but she didn't do any running. It was kind of crazy.
She was very professional sitting in the pocket today, I thought.
Yeah, she really was. She really did. She really ran great, and we'll just have to see how she comes out of it. She took a couple funny steps, I guess, pulling up.
Yeah, hopefully we'll let you go in 2 seconds after to check on her. But talking about Sweet Montreal, who you'll send out in the Stewart Manor, she's 2 for 2 in her career. Trying open company now. She's been very impressive, though.
No, she's fast.
Yeah.
She's a nice filly. We think she wants to sprint, so rather than run long in New York breds, we have another filly we entered today for the long race, a New York bred, Cosmic Candy Girl. So we're gonna try her open. Last race of the year for her, and turf, and she's trained great, and we expect her to run good.
Excellent. Well, hopefully go 3 for 3. Best of luck with her. Congrats here in the first.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you.
And guys, just update on Fonzie Angel. Just as Jimmy said, the vets saw something they didn't like, so they did provide her with a ride home, and Jimmy's going to discuss that with everyone. But to my eye, she looked fine, but will be helped back to the barn. Acacia?
Good update there. Maggie, thank you. As Fonzie Angel, $20 winner here in the opener. She certainly took a step forward, and Jimmy with a chance to win a stakes race. Was a nice 2-year-old later as well.
No, I agree. She ran well. That's a tough race, but I don't. It's not like Sweet Montreal didn't run a race that's highly competitive with this field.
Turn the page on to race 2, New York bred Allowance, going a mile and an eighth on the main track, and Senegal and King's Leap, the ones taking most of the attention. Senegal certainly could win, Andy, but it's been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle.
Yeah, and by post time, King's Leap will be the favorite in this race, a pretty clear-cut favorite in the double. And, we were talking about it earlier, you and I, these are, conditional races, but because of the way the conditions worked out, Senegal's a 1 for 15 with 8 seconds and thirds, which is what you're referring to. And King's Leap has run 12 times, and albeit a lot of the race at Finger Lakes, but 5 wins and 11 out of 12 times hitting the board with 5 wins, and ran a respectable race in the Albany 2 back up in Saratoga. He's the speed, and he's going to be hard to catch.
More on this race in a moment, but first, here's what's coming up a little bit later on today. We have a fun card for you. We still have races 2 through 10 on the program. As always, today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. 2 stakes today, Central Park and Stewart Manor. A nice little appetizer for tomorrow, which is jam-packed with stakes action. But 2 2-year-old turf stakes as we take a look at the Central Park. And this one for the 2-year-old boys, going a mile and a 16th on the inner turf here. And I think a lot revolves on what Noble Dynasty does, Andy, because he was one of those horses that's kind of a classic look of trying to rush, trying to get him to qualify to the Breeders' Cup. Pretty quick turnaround into that Pilgrim.
Yeah, what you're referring to is coming back just 3 weeks, 20 days actually off his last race, and now he's had 5 weeks since then. He was good in his first start. He lost to a very promising horse in Teddy's Rocket. He was good to break his maiden, did all the dirty work, better than his nose victory suggests, the race we're looking at. He was flat last time, and the thing that worried me more than that was he was farther off the pace than he felt like he should have been in that race. And Junior, he just never really could get him to do a significant rally at the end. It's interesting about the rest, because I was talking to a friend who did a recent study on horses off rest, break them into 5-day increments, 1 to 5, 5 to 10, etc. There really isn't any data to support that more rest necessarily helps these horses overall, but that is the best excuse you and I could come up with.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we'll see if a little bit more time will make a difference for him. Was a bit antsy in the gate last time before the Pilgrim and off a bit slow as a result with a disappointing performance. We'll see what Noble Dynasty can do in the Central Park a little bit later on. Looking forward to that. The Stewart Manor as well. I think both came up super competitive races.
I agree. The Stewart Manor is a war. The 13 gets in. A European would have to improve. Goes for Will Walden. But, I mean, I know it's just a maiden race, but this horse Beach Heist was very impressive for Will Walden at Keeneland last time.
Yeah, she ran fast, going to the lead, and pulling away from her competition in there, as I thought it was interesting. She was cross-entered tomorrow into a stake at Laurel, which was on the dirt, but opting to keep her on the turf here, which I think makes a lot of sense given how well she ran first time out.
Well, the good news for Will is he'll have plenty of months he can run on the dirt if he wants after the turf racing's over here next week, and pretty much not going to happen except down south. She was good. I'm not going to deny it. And the other thing is, one of the horses to beat in here is the one should have for Wesley Ward. Maybe in some ways the horse to beat, but she's not going to get the lead from this horse unless she forgets to get out of the gate. She's going to have to sit second, because I think if you're running with Beach Heist early, there's a pretty good chance you're going too fast.
We saw Jimmy Ryerson win the first race. He'll send out Sweet Montreal, as mentioned, here in the Stewart Manor, and she's 2 for 2. She broke her maiden first time out, then went into the Joseph A. Gemma, where I thought she had a good ride and she was able to control, but she ran well and really improved her Beyer speed figure in her second start as well.
Yeah, I think that there may have been a little bit of an advantage to being inside. I don't think it was a huge bias by any means, but I don't think it hurt her chances. Having said that, she improved demonstratively from her debut to her second start, and that's what you want to see with 2-year-olds. Once again, she won on the front end. With a 4 and with the 1, she's not likely to be in front. And I don't think Jimmy wants her to be in that kind of pace. At least she was able to stalk at her debut when she won.
A couple of intriguing horses cutting back in distance. One of them, Lit Ship, who we saw just miss first time out, but Green reacting to the riding crop on debut. Broke her maiden at Kentucky Downs and then tried stretching out last time in adjustment.
And this is her debut when she lost to the very talented Quiet Ship, who beat Believe in Magic in the stake, the Untappable at Kentucky Downs. And she ran a winning race. She just ran to a horse that was better than she was and is better than she is. But she proved after that it was no fluke. And I think Lit Ship and the 11 Believe in Magic are similar type horses. Both ran well, as you said, going longer, well enough that you could go longer with them, but maybe horses that'll be more comfortable cutting back to the 6 furlongs of today's race.
Yeah, you understand taking a shot, but very intriguing cutting back into the sprint distance in the Stewart Manor. Horses in the paddock, though, for race number 2. There is King's Leap. We always have to saddle him on the walk, as he is in good form. See if he can pick up another win in the second race coming up.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2 as we see King's Leap in the paddock for race number 2. And He's kind of a cool horse, Andy. I think you see that most of his good work has been done up at Finger Lakes, but he ran a respectable third in the Albany against the likes of Iron Dome and Hit the Post, who were in very good form at the time, and really showed he could hold his own on the NYRA circuit.
Right, and you can see that he obviously improved at Finger Lakes off those races last year, but they were also 2-year-old races, and he just seemed to get better this year. And as you say, running as well as he did and finishing third behind a very talented Iron Dome, Hit the Post even, also a very good horse, suggests that it's not just Finger Lakes where he runs well. Obviously, 13 cents the dollar, 20 cents the dollar, and those bookend wins at Finger Lakes. This is a tougher field, but with the 6 scratching, there's not a lot of speed to go with him. We're going 1 lap around. He's got the rail. Kenner's going to take advantage of it, and I mean, okay, I guess you could make a little case for Toga Dan, but how much running did he really do at a mile, and why do we think he's getting better at a mile and an eighth? A distance he finished behind Senegal, the 4, who can win, but he's a 1 for 15 horse, and he's 1 for 15 that's lost at 6 to 5, 6 to 5, 4 to 5, one of those races at Finger Lakes, I should say 3 to 5. So he's been awfully short prices in recent races and failed to get it done.
There is King's Leap, though. He's 3 to 2 for more. Let's sit down and get a paddock report from Maggie.
And despite being, as you guys were mentioning, a 5-time winner because they're at Finger Lakes, he's eligible for this entry-level allowance. And he is a horse that, as Acacia pointed out, is quite high-strung, saddled outside, has since calmed down with getting his tack on. He's a little bit of a narrowly framed individual, too. That was the same thing as a 2-year-old, which is honestly the last time I saw him, as he has spent the bulk of his career up in Finger Lakes. But, you know, he looks fine enough. Are there others that physically look better than him? Yes, but I do feel as though he's incredibly well suited to getting this 9 furlongs, whereas the horse who point blank looks best in here, and that's number 2, Toga Dan. I completely agree with what Andy's saying. Is this really his best distance? Because physically, he sure as heck does not look like a 2-turn, 9 furlong type. He is compact, he is broad. Yes, maybe with some pedigree, you think that that's what lends itself well to more distance, but he's also fairly aggressive. You know, he's a horse that last time out behind what was a fairly quick pace that did ultimately hold together for Chief Liam, he was kind of tossing his head about. So, you know, he obviously wanted to do a little bit more. The track was very fast at that point in time. But, you know, he looks great. I just wish he was more convincing going a mile and an eighth. And you're going to say, well, he broke his maiden going that distance, but it was a slower race. You could take the positive end of the spectrum in that he's just getting better, he's getting faster, but I don't know if we'll see that here getting back out to the 2 turns today, Acacia.
Distance is a question for him. Maggie, thank you. Toga Dan stretching back out, and he's 7 to 2 right now. He is kind of the other horse, and I know that he won at the mile and an eighth, but I'm with Maggie. I've always felt that a little bit shorter is kind of what he looks and acts like he wants to do, so he does have to prove it against these.
Yeah, I mean, listen, obviously he can win this race. He's a contender in here and a clear contender. It's all going to come down to King's Leap. If King's Leap runs as well as he ran in a race like the Albany, and that kind of number, those numbers, you know, buyer figures near or on 80, he's a very, very likely winner. But I can understand some people think, well, is he really gotten better? Are they just racing at Finger Lakes? But I don't know. I think he's consistently run pretty well for some time now, and he's just a very logical horse in this race. I have no problem with trying to beat him in here, but I just think, like, taking the 4 especially as a second choice, he's a flawed horse in his inability to win. Toga Dan, we all have the same sort of distance reservations with a horse who probably, if the 1 runs his race, he's better than the 4. So the 1, you want to bet him, you're hoping the 1 doesn't run his race. Well, okay. Not really the way I handicap, because I don't have any reasons the 1's not supposed to run his race. He's the speed. He drew well. I don't see what the reasons are. They don't always run their good races, but I can't come up with a reason to do that. And I guess, you know, Resilient Hero is a little bit wise guy for this trainer, but he's a horse that lacks some speed in a race where the horse he has to beat looks like the controlling speed, and that's problematic.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question with Resilient Hero. He came in off of a layoff into an allowance race, and when facing older for the first time, he had to face the likes of Iron Dome, who would come out of that race to win the Albany next time. Rafua, who never wins. would come back and win his next race. And then you had Senegal, who's always kind of right there. So not necessarily an easy spot to start off the layoff and going the mile and an eighth as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can go around it, and there's different opinions out there, and certainly different valid opinions. There's more than one way to find a winner. There's more than one way to find a loser as well. But you can keep going through it, and the reasons the one are favored are very obvious.
Speaking of the favorite, here is King's Leap, as Maggie mentioned, with the races he's run, still eligible for this race.
And all the records went back to zero yesterday with the beginning of the Aqueduct card. Kendrick coming off big Saratoga and a big fall meet at Belmont Big A.
We talked about Toga Dan, who went by. Here's Concord Spirit.
Off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez. We'll see if he can improve a horse who's got some races, though, going shorter that are okay.
There's Senegal, 5-2.
Yeah. I mean, listen, we can discuss his merits. He's the second best horse in the race, but he's not a winning type.
And Resilient Hero, longest shot on the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's 12-1 and Concours Spirit is half the price, given that he's probably a horse that's better going the distance, but his limitations are sort of obvious.
You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to $200 deposit match bonus with promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Be sure to use promo code BONUS200. As we touched on, plenty of stakes action to look forward to on Saturday's card, and that does include the Dwyer, which would be early in race 3. And Andy, it's kind of a race that's maybe struggled to find its footing and to find its home. I feel like this is one of the most competitive races that we've had in the last couple of years from start to finish, and that does include the presence of undefeated Disco Time, who's coming in off a win in the St. Louis Derby.
I agree with everything you said, and I think the racing office did a good job moving this race, a race that was kind of dying on the vine, that would have one good horse in it every year. But one good horse and a 4-horse field isn't going to keep a race alive. The Dwyer has a lot of history, and I think moving the fall, it's a very solid group. Say it's only 6, but we can have 6 where 1.5 can win. We've got 6 where 4 can win, but they all have to beat Disco Time.
He was impressive. I know it was out of town, and it was off of a layoff. We saw him win the Lecomte, but he got a 101 Beyer speed figure for that effort.
Yeah, no, he was very good last time, and I think that figure holds up any scrutiny you want to give it. It's just out of town, and it was a big improvement. Can he keep doing it? And the other thing is, with Tip Top Thomas in the race, he's not winning this race in the front end. Now, he won the Lecomte with a big close, but not with the same kind of figure. So can he run that number, stalking a speed horse like Tip Top Thomas? The other thing is, I don't love Tip Top Thomas's chances in this race, but he's not a horse that figures to fold his 10 at the 3/8 ball. So at the very least, he figures to put up some kind of fight against Disco Time, which might soften up a little bit for some other horses trying to close.
Oh, very cool. Looking forward to that Dwyer tomorrow. We actually have a former Dwyer winner at Racing for Home. Fish Trap Road.
Ooh.
Won the Dwyer a long
New York
time
bred.
ago. Yes.
Was winner was second in the Woody Stevens. I think second in the Woody
yes.
Stevens. A
Yeah,
huge
the Dwyer
price.
was his big
won.
win.
And he was, I think you guys sort of saved him, right? Was he
ended
out
up
in Puerto Rico?
Yes, yes, yeah. And he is a beautiful Craig pasture ornament now, but living his best life.
He was very popular
Yes.
when he ran. As I recall, our
He's
friend
still very popular.
Gabby
We get a
Godet, I
lot
think,
of
really liked that
messages.
horse.
We
I
get
could
a
be
lot
wrong.
of messages
but
about
like
him.
that horse. Yeah.
super cool
It's a
horse
horse,
to be
yeah.
around. Still very fiery. As we have horses on the track for this upcoming second race. Warming up, let's check back in trackside with Maggie.
Well, watching warm-ups with number 1, King's Leap, he won me over more once I watched him warm up. And I just feel like ultimately he's going to prove to be the best horse at this distance. As we'll check in with one that is stretching out. And number 3, first off the claim, Concord Spirit for Gustavo Rodriguez. And Gus actually has pretty good numbers with this move. First off the claim, sprint to route on the dirt. Well, it's not a big sample size. He's 3 for 12 with a $2.58 ROI, so he can get them to do it. This one, however, really does not look convincing at all. Maybe they're going to try something new and get this guy to be more forwardly placed. I don't think that's necessarily in his wheelhouse. He always gets a little hot, a little washy. That's always how he has been. And while he was with lower profile connections prior to this, he always looked good. It's not like Gus has, dramatically changed his appearance first off of this trainer switch. So I'm not exactly sure what he's doing in here. Gus's numbers scared me a little bit, but he just doesn't look that convincing. He looks great, but it just has made King's Leap look all that much better, because I think distance is a real question mark here. Acacia and the ones that we know can handle it, they're a bit camera shy.
That is the truth, Maggie. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes this 2-turn mile and an eighth distance can be a little bit of a great equalizer for some of these horses who just maybe can't see it through. It's always a bit of the question.
Distance is always potentially a great equalizer, you know, especially the 2-turn races. They can be a lot more demanding than the 1-turn races. Now, for a speed horse, the 2-turn races are better.
Right.
Because they get to go slower paces, whereas the paces can get much more demanding in the 1-turn, especially the elongated mile we run here, Belmont Park, Churchill Downs, where you have that long run down the backstretch. That second quarter can really heat up. The opposite will happen in these races, and that's why speed horses do better in 2-turn races than 1-turn races. This, to me, and I know people disagree, I don't believe it's a 1-turn, 2-turn thing. I think distance is always the most important thing, but it's that certain horses those races will be more conducive to certain kind of horses. You know, if you've got a deep closer, I'd rather go a 1-turn mile than a mile and eighth around 2 turns. Cody's Wish was a horse like that, right? He was able to win those Breeders' Cup miles around 2 turns, but he got fast paces in those races to do it. His Achilles heel of the 2-turn wasn't, to me, as much distance as it was the slower paces. They hindered him given his running style, whereas he consistently got fast paces in the 1-turn elongated sprints.
Very good example for sure. As we see horses trying to navigate the mile and an eighth in this New York bred allowance, there's the favorite, King's Leap, currently 4-5. He's 5 for 12. He's been in good form. See if he can get his first win on the NYRA circuit. They load in, have a pick 4 kicking off here. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call. Race 2 at Aqueduct.
Senegal. Resilient Hero. Last to load to the outside. Resilient Hero. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Senegal, the early trailer. King's Leap, thrust to the front, is sprinting towards that first turn. Company from Concord Spirit to the outside, and they're going to be 1-2. It is going to be King's Leap, and Kendrick Carmouche, he wanted to be on the front end and got there, is up by 3/4 of a length. Concord Spirit and Eric Hensel going to stalk from second. Tightly at the rail is Togadan, Manny Franco. In between horses, Senegal wants to go. A little bit on the muscle is going to be the trailer. In a tightly bunched field, as Resilient Hero is in that close pack too. As they work to the backstretch, and 2.5 would cover them all. King's Leap is in front, is up by a head. 24.26 for the opening quarter mile. Concord Spirit, not letting that leader get away, is back to within a neck. Now a half length as King's Leap starts to let it out a notch, and King's Leap is still in front. Concord Spirit chases from second. Togadan right there at the rail in third. Resilient Hero towards the outside, and Senegal is the trailer. 48 seconds flat for a half-mile time, and hounded the entire way. It's King's Leap. King's Leap has a half-mile left to go. The big favorite has Concord Spirit right there to the outside. Will not let this front runner get away. Resilient Hero is now under the drive here from third. Togadan is trying to keep up his back to fourth, and Senegal's trying to launch a rally from the back. King's Leap starts to extend a little bit here on Concord Spirit, who is now all in towards the outside. King's Leap, a nose in front. Concord Spirit, when asked the question, is responding, and Concord Spirit to the outside now puts a neck in front of King's Leap, who's got a battle back here at the rail. These two are head and head as they approach a final furlong. Resilient Hero is a clear third. Concord Spirit, King's Leap at the rail. These two shoulder to shoulder in a stretch-long battle. Concord Spirit trying to edge away. King's Leap will not give in. King's Leap to the inside. Concord Spirit, heads bobbing up and down. Give it to a photo. Looked like King's Leap, maybe by a nose. It's tight. Concord Spirit and Senegal in 1:50.46 seconds.
They made it tight. They made it exciting at the wire between the 1 King's Leap and the 3 Concord Spirit. It looked like the 1 just narrowly held on, Andy, but it was very tight between these two in the stretch.
He does reestablish himself where he even has the lead when he loses the bobs, which is obviously pretty good for him in this situation. We'll take a look as they go under, and it is the one, but the narrowest margin is Concord Spirit. I mean, give credit to Eric Hansel. I mean, not that hard. He's a sprinter stretching out to get him in the game, but keep him right on the heels of King's Leap, and King's Leap has been posted as the winner of this race. And this horse really improved off the claim for Gustavo Rodriguez, to say the least.
Huge step forward, and especially stretching out and stepping up in class. So it is 1, 3, 4, 5. The top two putting a lot of separation between them and the rest of the field. King's Leap not necessarily winning like a 3 to 5 shot should, you would anticipate, but he does manage to get the victory. It's aggressively handled by Kendrick and dug in late.
And I'll tell you something, this was a pretty relatively quick race for these horses going 1.8 miles here. So I don't think it's a question of the one not running his race. I think the one did run his good race. I just think the 3 Concord Spirit, a very wise move. I mean, the only time that he had tried to go longer, he has a mile race where he actually ran one of the worst races he's run in his last 12 races, arguably his worst race. So I'm not sure what Gustavo saw to stretch him out, but whatever it was the right move as he remarkably improved. Now, he's got some faster figs, but going shorter and overall, this was a big step forward for him, even though he didn't get the win. And he was bet, too.
Took money at 6 to 1, but it was your 3 to 5 favorite that won that bob. 1, 3, 4, 5 in race 2. King's Leap with the victory. We'll bring you prices when we come back, and also preview the Mother Goose on Saturday as Kentucky Oaks runner-up Drexel Hill returns and looks to add a stakes win to her name this weekend at Aqueduct.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
We're back on America's Day at the races as we take a look back in the 1991 Mother Goose, also known as the mother of all gooses.
Yeah, I believe Larry Jolly coined that term. On the inside is the 2-year-old champion, Meadow Star, and the outside is the supremely talented Light, who easily beat her in her next race in the coaching club American Oaks. Meadow Star was able to be the controlling speed with Jerry Bailey, and this was one of the most incredible stretch battles you'll see. I think about Proud Spell and Music Note in the Alabama a few years later, but this was a great race between two extremely good horses. Some may remember Meadow Star was undefeated going into Wood Memorial, same race that Leroy Jolly had used as a prep race for the Derby for Genuine Risk. She finished third in there, but she was a very, very good horse, as was Light Light, owned by the Hammer.
Yeah, so cool. Love to see those videos. An epic stretch battle that day in the 1991 Mother Goose at Belmont Park. As we'll take a look at this year's rendition of the Mother Goose. And I think the presence of a horse like Drexel Hill certainly makes things very interesting, as she was a horse that a big price, but ran exceptionally well in the Kentucky Oaks earlier this year.
Tough morning line to make for David to make in here, and she's the 7-2 morning line favorite because she feels like a horse could go either way. And it's not as though her Kentucky Oaks came absolutely out of nowhere. It just feels like maybe she was picking up pieces in a race that was falling apart, and she's meeting some tough horses in here and didn't draw that well. I'm thrilled to see her back. She certainly could win, but this Mother Goose came up really, really strong and a very good job moving it to the fall. A race that was just dying on the vine with the way it was placed in the spring, summer, because people just don't run their horses as frequently as they used to. It's been revived, and this is an excellent running of it. Very strong.
Really, yeah. Field of 9, very interesting and competitive field. First start since the Kentucky Oaks for Drexel Hill. And then you have some horses with some recency, including Q the Duck Boats, who didn't fire last time when trying the synthetic up at Woodbine. She is a horse that went up into that Ontario Damsel first stakes win, but she ran very well over fully subscribed at Saratoga back on closing weekend.
I agree, and I definitely think she's a contender in here, but I think she also got fully subscribed before she was completely ready to run her best race, as evidence to how much fully subscribed improved her subsequent start, losing to an older horse, getting an 88 buyer, going the distance of 1.1 1/8 miles. But I don't disagree. I don't think that Q the Duck Boat should be completely ignored, because her last race on synthetic, I couldn't care less what she did, but she has to show she can step forward, whereas fully subscribed shows she can. But at a bigger price, I could see using Q the Duck Boats. I could see using quite a few horses in this race.
Interested to see what, as we'll take a look at a couple of others. First, Our Daydreaming Girl for Louis Linder, coming in off a near miss at a huge price behind Clico and Dry Powder in the Grade 1 Cotillion.
I don't know where this race came from. It's not like she was bad, but this was a big step forward, and this race didn't just completely fall apart. She got an excellent ride, saved ground, and angled out in the stretch. But I thought she ran extremely well. And if she can duplicate this performance, the Mother Goose, she may very well win the race. It's a little hard to see her doing it again, but this was a very good effort behind a couple of very nice horses. And Clico ran a solid, what, fifth, I think?
Fifth, I believe.
Fifth in the Breeders' in the Distaff, a race that you couldn't win because the winner was so good.
Right.
And I thought she ran a decent race.
And she went to the
Similar
lead.
fig.
You've got Queen Azteca making her first start for Rudy Brisset since the Alabama. Lightly race being Myself from the Rail. Really, really interesting race. Brad Cox represented by Lemon Zest in there too. Looking forward to that Mother Goose.
I agree. Going to be an excellent race, a really, really competitive race.
That's coming up on Saturday. Back to today. Into the winner's circle went King's Leap, who was a short price, but had to work for it to get the win in this second race, holding off Concord Spirit. Game performance, they made it an exciting stretch battle, and Kendrick Carmouche and King's Leap prevailed inside.
Yeah, a tough beat if you had the runner-up in this race who ran well enough to win and looked to have the race won, but King's Leap able to come back on the inside with Kendrick. Not winning like a 3-5 shot should, but winning nonetheless. And this was a good race. I think this was a solid time for these horses. They both ran. Big improvement stretching out off the claim for Gustavo on the runner-up.
Yeah, I would imagine we're going to see Concord Spirit staying at a distance of ground, who ran one of the best races we've seen from him, at least recently. As we look at the photo finish, it was tight there. It was definitely tight. King's Leap getting the bob and just inching clear of Concord Spirit and Eric Cancel. Heavy favorite with the win, $3.34 victory in race 2. As we take a look at the field for the third, starter allowance going 7 furlongs on the main track for fillies and mares. Adrian right now taking all the money, as this one, I that is overall consistent. But boy, it's been a while since she's seen the winner's circle for Linda Rice.
Yeah, you like her a little more than I do, but I can see her winning. This is a tough race for me to take a short price on anybody. I thought it was a very, very difficult race. Obviously, Adrian's in good form, could win. The other horse, Hey Cookie, feels like a speed horse going out for Gustavo Rodriguez with Eric Ansel, almost won the second race today. I don't know if I love her trying to get the 7 furlongs, but she can win. I went with a bit of a price with 3 looks first.
Who's 13-1, certainly getting a generous price on that one right now, as we'll see how it does play out and who ends up finding the right spot in this upcoming third race. We'll talk a little bit more about it in depth after this quick time out. We'll take a break here on America's Day at the Races and see if Adrian, who's entering the paddock now, can get the second win of her career.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000.
$400,000.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Brought to you, making the sport easier to follow. We have a new read, by the way. I keep forgetting about that one. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Be sure to check things out over there. There is Meg's Foxy Gray in the paddock. Will be ridden by Flavian Pratt, who had a 7-win Sunday, then came back with a 4-win Thursday yesterday. Just an average day at the office. And of course, last weekend, 2 Breeders' Cup victories. Start things off by looking at the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint with Splendora, kind of the other Bob Baffert, who ran exceptionally well.
And it kind of tipped Bob's hand when Flavian Pratt rode this one as opposed to Rishi as the other horse. And with the absence of Copian and obviously Ways and Means being laid up, this race lacked star power. Then you had Tamara scratched, the other one scratched, Sweet Azteca. And while Splendora was an easy winner this race, I think it was a very depleted field, and overall, while she easily won here, I just have to think there are better filly and mare sprinters out there. But she's a pretty good record. Is she a Cowbred? I want to say, I thought she was. I could be wrong.
She might be. 5 for 10, though, with 4 seconds. Give her that. She has been consistent. And then one of the most thrilling races on the card was Nysos getting the victory over his stablemate in the British Cup Dirt Mile.
Yeah, this race got a 105 buyer, and the Splendora got a 97 buyer, indicating how bad the rest of the field ran there. And listen, Citizen Bull ran too well to lose. Yeah. Maybe the track helped him a bit, but he set an extremely fast pace here. Nysos on his tail and just able to get by for the victory. Citizen Bull was very, very game in defeat, with Chancellor McPatrick running respectably in there to finish third, but But I'm a Nisos fan. I was thrilled to see he'll be back in training this year.
Yeah,
next
very
year,
exciting. Will certainly make things interesting as far as the older horses division is concerned. He's 6 for 7. They fought it out. They both ran very well, and Nisos just had that good record coming into the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, one of 2 Breeders' Cup victories this weekend for Flavien Prat.
And hopefully we'll see him in the Met Mile up in Saratoga this summer, a race where I saw the Connections of Journalism was saying that was one of their first goals, to get to the Met Mile. So already exciting thinking about those 2 horses meeting up, and I'm glad to hear they'll both be running again next year.
Absolutely, definitely a real treat for fans. As Flavien Prat, we mentioned, he's just been on a roll recently. He is aboard Meg's Foxy Gray in this race coming up here. Just what he did this past weekend, 4 wins yesterday. I know he's often on some of the best horses, but he's making all the right decisions.
He just so rarely gives a bad ride, though. His Breeders' Cup Mile was one I'm sure he'd like to have back, where he was following the winner with program trading and then took him off the inside into an absolute switch. But even the best riders sometimes make what turns out to be a mistake.
There is his mounts, Meg's Foxy Gray, who was first off the claim last time for Michelle Nevin and ran a good second behind Melly Mel, using her speed, and she's coming back in now, eligible for the starter allowance race.
I bet her last time at 11-1. I'm not going to take her at a fraction of the price today, but if she can run her last race, she's going to be forward along with Hey Cookie, and if the pace doesn't get too hot, she could be there at the finish.
And the pace is a question, as Hey Cookie's the favorite now, the 8. I thought she was interesting stretching out because she's a pretty good size filly, and she had been working with a graded stakes winner in Alexander Helios coming into that win at Saratoga. She won nicely that day, was claimed, and she was very disappointing last time. Maybe it was the wet track, but we just saw Gustavo Rodriguez, as you mentioned in the last race, effectively stretch a horse out.
I agree, and listen, the way that Gustavo horse ran, I won't be surprised if she runs well. But I thought her win in Saratoga was a function of getting loose on a speed-favoring racetrack, and that was a bit of a dressed-up win. Now, last time she was over her head trying to chase Gratefully, who's good on turf and good on dirt, winning that race. So she was a bit compromised. We'll see if she clears the 1 in this race, but I can't imagine that Flavien is just going to sort of be passive on the 1. If she does that and controls at a fair pace, she can win. But if she engages with the 1, trying to get 7 with others, I think she's in trouble.
Speaking of the 1, Flavien Prat's mount, Meg's Foxy Gray. Maggie, what is she showing you as she will try to turn that last time second into a win today?
That I think she looks best here in the paddock as she goes second off the claim for Michelle Nevin / the layoff, as she is a bit of a bigger filly. So I do like the 7 furlongs for her yet again, and just came up a bit short when coming back off a little bit of a layoff, nearly 2.5 months. And I just think she moves forward from it, honestly. She looks fantastic here. Resplendent coat on her, good energy, and she's always been a big, good-looking type. So I appreciate that. And maybe this is a factor of, Michelle being able to improve this filly a bit. So I do like Meg's Foxy Gray. Moving to the outside, we'll take a look here at number 8, Hey Cookie. I will give her the benefit of the doubt in that she didn't like the wet track, possibly. She's run over 2 tracks that have moisture in it. They've been decidedly some of her worst relative to the starts that she has on either side of them. She looks good here in the paddock, incredibly fit, decent coat to her overall. But do I like her as much as Meg's Foxy Gray? No. Yeah, the 7 furlongs is fine for her, and she does have a more advantageous post being towards the outside. But again, she wasn't one that necessarily drew me in. As number 9, G's Eloise, one of 2 here for Linda Rice. She's one, however, I think a wet track actually moves her up a bit, and she is not getting that here today, as she does currently sit at 5-1. She also comes off a bit of a layoff in which she looks really fit, but almost too much so, in that I kind of wish she was carrying a bit more conditioning, which is usually the case for Linda Rice runners, which also could be the factor of why she's a bit better on lighter tracks. Those lighter framed types do tend to skip over it a lot easier than a heavier bodied type of runner. So we'll see what she does here. I thought she could look better in her coat too. Again, Acacia, just one that I think A, she's getting a fast track, which seems to be some of her slower races, and B, it looks as though she'll need a start to improve.
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you, G's Eloise. She got a delicious inside trip 2 starts back where you really wanted to be on the rail, and she's one that always gets washy and loves having a wet track, which she will not get today.
Yeah, I mean, that's not to say that she can't run well on a dry track, but you look at a horse that has 3 figures in her career in the 70s, and every single one of them was on a wet, sealed racetrack, and the rest of her numbers are at best 10 points lower. There is a case to be made that she's one of these horses that moves up on a wet track. Most of the time, horses run their races on whatever the track is. Situations determine how well they run. Some horses really won't like a wet track. Some closer types don't love the kickback or whatever. But it's rare to see a horse that improves on a wet track. This horse seems, at least based on the PPs, I wouldn't argue with anybody that said she improves on a wet track.
Yeah, certainly a fair assessment there. The other Linda Rice horse is the one that, well, at least co-favorite now, and that's Adrian, as we'll meet the rest of the field, kicking things off with Flavien Prat's mount, Meg's Foxy Gray.
And Flavien Prat's a great rider. The problem for handicappers and players is if you like horses he rides, you're going to get an underlay these days.
There's Tower 22, finished 4th last time.
I don't really like her, but I mean, I guess you could make a long shot case for her.
Looks first. I know you have interest on this one.
I do. I love Ricardo getting back on this horse, and I thought she ran a respectable race, went 4th with him. She could have won in Saratoga 5 back, and I think she's faced some better fields.
There's Adrian, 3-1 now for Linda Rice.
She doesn't seem to win. She's 1 for 10 with 4 seconds, but she's absolutely a fair price at 3-1, if not a better than fair price.
Generous price on Big Air, who finished 3rd behind Adrian.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she ran that great last time, but she's run well enough for Jamie Ness that if you want her to price, go ahead.
Here's Amy's Light. Sometimes she shows up.
I think she's another horse that can get a piece of this race at a big price.
Baby Sasakaya would be a surprise.
I think she would be a bit of a surprise, though I'm not sure she's supposed to be 20-1 in here.
Tepid 3-1 favorite. Hey, Cookie.
I see her dealing with other speed in this race and trying to get the distance. I don't like her, but that Barnes horse ran very well last race.
And G's Eloise, first start since the end of July.
Yeah, I like to see my man Roddy Valenti do well in these situations, but it's hard to ignore that she seems better on a wet track.
That's the field for race 3. There is the number 3 looks first. As you mentioned, the rider switch. Definitely one that piques your interest, and going back to a condition that might just suit her best.
Yeah, I looked at this race, and I saw a lot of horses that were going to be shortish prices that I thought could win that didn't really do a lot for me. Meg's Foxy Gray, who I tried last time at a much better price. Adrian, who certainly can win. I thought they were perfectly logical. And I started looking at prices, and horses like Amy's Light, to a lesser extent, Big Air, kind of interest me. But Look First sort of interests me in this race. You know, last time out, these are just way better horses she was running against. The time before that, she made a big middle move. She gets Ricardo Santana back. I thought she was in against tougher horses 3 back. Her race 4 and 5 back are both good enough to be contenders here. One of them had Ricardo. I think she's a little bit interesting at a price, taking the blinkers off.
Yeah, to face the talented With the Angels last time out. Maybe with the equipment change and the rider switch could be in the right spot at a generous price. The number 4, Adrian, though, she's drifted up to 7-2. And she comes in off back-to-back second-place finishes. And I think you bring up a very worthy point that she's not a winning type. She does get the slight cut back to the 7/8, as we'll take a look at her last race, where several of these do come out. She just seemed to be overall the most consistent, at least on the main track, though maybe not necessarily in the win column with 4 seconds.
On the other hand, she's very bettable at 7-2. You could say at this point you're wondering if she's a little bit dead on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure why she's a bigger price. Why is she a bigger price than the 8? I'm missing something with the 8. Maybe I'm completely wrong about Hey Cookie. I don't really like her chance in this race. And if you like to bet horses I don't like, bet on this horse at 2-1, but she doesn't look like a 2-1 shot to me.
Here's your opportunity. Warming up on the track, though, is Adrian, as we head back and check in again with Maggie.
Yeah, I don't get it either, Andy, with Hey Cookie, even just in the looks department and in judging them physically. It's not like she was a standout by any means. So taking a look at Adrian, though, she looks good. She's obviously the Linda Rice horse that I want in here, as I thought she showed some bravery, some tenacity last time out when she was kind of on the rail, chasing at the back. She couldn't find a seam, and then she just kind of bowled her way through. Purloin, the other Linda Rice in that affair, was able to get up and get the win with a less encumbered trip. Adrian, look, I like the warm-up from her. I like everything I'm seeing from her. To me, she feels like a very logical type in this spot. Now, of the prior price horses that you guys were discussing, I always have a little bit of love for Amy's Light, who she might not be big in stature, but I do believe she has a big heart because she runs quite often, and she quite often shows up. And two, you could make the argument that getting Christopher Elliott aboard might be a good thing. Not that they had a great pairing prior to that little bit of a layoff between June and September, but still, this I feel like is arguably a little bit of an easier spot compared to the last two New York bred races that she's been in. And I do like the 7 furlongs for her. She looks healthy enough in her weight. Always wish she showed a little bit more energy given the amount of time she runs, but she's probably like, well, this is just same old hack for me. I'm over here to do my job and just gonna take my lunch pail to work. So I do like Amy's Light if you want a price. Acacia?
Well, you have a company in Andy as the opinion on Amy's Light, but potentially being able to grab a share. As Christopher Elliott going to be aboard that one, as she has shown up sometimes and has run in some big efforts and tough races as well. At one point, at least crossing the wire, second to Miss Lau back last fall.
Yeah, no, I think that she's got plenty of races that give her a chance to win this race, and I picked her fourth, and I think you could do worse with long shots. I like the 3, but I can understand the argument for the 6. I could well be wrong about the 8, and maybe the 8 will win this race, but she's not for me, and she's certainly not for me at that price.
Do you feel like, we just saw one of Gustavo Rodriguez's horses run very well in the previous race, and Hey Cookie now second off the claim, getting a little bit less ground, fast track, maybe some things to see if she could get back on track. But do you feel like this is a case where you pay attention to how the board is being bet?
Maybe, sometimes. I mean, I think it's not a bad sign that she's live. I wouldn't bet her anyway. I wasn't going to bet her at 5-1, so I don't really, for me, I could be wrong. I picked her 5th. Like I said, I'm not going to be surprised by a lot of horses winning this race. I just don't think she's a good bet at 5-2. Not my kind of horse.
5-2 favorite. Pretty wide open race beyond that as well.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the double I have with Looks First, which is paying extremely well, especially even for a 10-1 shot. So hopefully that works out.
Best of luck with that. Have a pick 5 kicking off here. Race 3. Starter allowance, and not an easy one. Going 7 furlongs. Very competitive race. We'll see how it plays out. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Hey Cookie towards the outside. And G's Eloise. G's Eloise goes in. All set. And they're off. Squeeze at the start there was Adrian, is going to be at the back end of the field. Meg's Foxy Gray right out to the front has got the early speed. Hey Cookie towards the outside is a challenging second with in between horses. Here comes Big Air. 3 of them on the front end, and Amy's Light's going to take back to 4th, and G's Eloise is in 5th. At the rail moving forward, that's Looks Force from 6th. Just behind them is Baby Sasakaya. Second to last, Tower 22, and Adrian is far, far back, double digits the trailer. Approaching 4 furlongs left to go. The leader at the rail, it's Meg's Foxy Gray. 22.51 was that pressured opening quarter mile. All in is Big Air right there from second. Hey Cookie is just looming up on the outside from third. Cruising right along with Meg's Foxy Gray, who tries to put 2 lengths on the field. Here comes Hey Cookie, ranging up on the outside. In between horses, still Big Air. Battles on G's. Eloise, now showing some momentum here, is taken fourth. Also behind them, Amy's Light and Tower, 22. They reach the top of the stretch. Meg's Foxy Gray is hanging on, but for how long? G's, Eloise, Hey Cookie, they're ready to pounce. G's, Eloise in full pursuit of Meg's Foxy Gray, who has a furlong left to get and is still there. Meg's Foxy Gray to the inside. G's, Eloise with every chance to run by. Meg's Foxy Gray is game. That's your winner. Meg's Foxy Gray wins it over G's Eloise, Hey Cookie, and Big Air in 1 minute 22.41 seconds.
It was his first mount of the day and his first winner of the day. Flavien Prat and Meg's Foxy Gray take them every step of the way.
Yeah, no surprise at all. Didn't get a lot of pressure early in this race. I mean, I'm not saying the pace wasn't honest, but the 8 wasn't aggressively ridden in here, and so therefore, no real pressure. You know, Flavien's got a speed. He's not going to rate that horse. He didn't. Felt like G's Eloise got to her, who actually ran very well, considering it was dry track, probably her best dry track race, a race that came up quick. They put a lot of distance between the other horses, and while the track's playing fast, nice performance by Meg's Foxy Gray was really improved from Michelle Nevin. I just needed her to win last time.
She has taken a big step forward. It was 1-9-8-5. Meg's Foxy Gray with the victory, holding off the 9 G's Eloise, who did kind of cruise around with a confident ride on the turn, and then she just didn't really get by, but she ran well. I think just the tactics and the way Meg's Foxy Gray clearly is going right now since being claimed by Michelle Nevin, she was best in here.
Yeah, the paces in the final time seem unusually fast.
Yeah,
they're
very
probably
quick.
right, but they seem a little bit quick, especially considering the race hardly fell apart in here. 22.51, 45 flat. Speed wins in 122 and 2? Maybe. If so, this seems like a very fast race. I'm finding it a little hard to believe looking at it, but the track may just be that fast.
Well, the horse that was the early favorite, the 4 Adrian, not a good start for the 4 as she breaks a bit slow and then she gets knocked off stride by the 3 Looks First. But that being said, she never ran on at all after that. It wasn't as significant as I might have anticipated.
Yeah.
She was very far back.
Yeah, she took herself out early and didn't run, and maybe she was a little chilly on the board.
Meg's Foxy Gray with the win, though. Flavien Prat just keeps rolling. Picks up the win with his first win of the day. Bring you prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Second day of the Aqueduct Fall Meet, and Meg's Foxy Gray takes them all the way in race number 3. Pleased to be joined by winning trainer Michelle Nevin here in the winner's circle. And Michelle, I thought she ran very well. First off the claim/layoff last time. She found a little extra today to hold off the late closers.
She did. I think she found a little bit of Flavian, and, you know, she ran with it.
That seems to be the theme of this last week. He's been riding so well.
Oh, my God, yeah. I mean, why not? Why not have Flavian on your horse?
Yeah, if you can get him, you take him. Talking a little bit about your day while we were in break. You're here all day because you have horses in the 8th and 10th, but I do want to ask you about the 10th, the last race. Sticking around for the lucky last. Reynolds Channel, as he's also second off the claim here for Winfield Racing, as well. But, you know, talk about the move to the turf. I know Previous Connections did it the day you claimed him, but what do we think about that?
Yeah, I mean, the day we claimed him, we weren't necessarily claiming him as a grass horse. But he ran so well, we said, okay, we'll give it another try. And I thought he ran really well last time. Just seems like, you know, he's such a big horse. Let's see how he handles the grass and distance.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like physically should be able to do so. Well, congratulations here. Talking about a big horse, she's a big filly as well.
She is. She's a beautiful looking filly, and credit to Francis. He picked her out, private purchase, and I just get to hang out with her, so it's great.
Well done. Congratulations, and yeah, enjoy hanging out with her.
Thank you.
All right, as Meg's Foxy Gray gets the job done, as she looked good in doing so here, Acacia.
She certainly did. Getting another victory. Meg's Foxy Gray, $9 winner for Flavian Brett, who just picks up where he left off. Won his last mount on the card yesterday in a day of 4. Picks up another one here, and he's not done yet.
It's just, and he's riding the favorite in here, a horse I think is vulnerable in National Light, and he's riding a horse that you like in the next race, in Coach Case. I don't think you've been on top, but I know you have him very much in the mix, cutting back in distance.
Speaking of national identity, he is 3-5 right now. Look, he ran well last time out, but he has to now step up to the next level of competition and face some hardened veterans who have done a lot on the track.
Yeah, Danny Gargan's numbers off of wins and dirt sprints are not good. Over the last 5 years, he's just 2 for 31 off a win in a dirt sprint with a 44-cent ROI, and that suggests that these are horses that a lot of times off wins you move up off them. And they're not stepping their game up. And he's moving up. And I think Longpour's a nice horse that he beat last time. But what's up, bro? Yo Banana Boy. There's some hard-knocking horses in here. And going from the non-winners of 1 to a non-winners of 2, state-bred or not, is a very, very big jump. And I believe at this point he's overbet. And because Flavian's riding him, he's going to be even more overbet as time goes on.
We've seen it happen in the past with Irad Ortiz horses that take more money. It seems now here in New York, anything that Flavian Pratt is on takes more attention.
And I don't remember Irad. I know he's won a lot of races, but winning 7 on Sunday and 4 yesterday. His first mount of the day winning there. Right now he has the magic touch, and we'll have him here all winter as he'll be staying in New York all winter. Going to be a very strong colony all winter.
Yeah, it certainly will. As we'll take a look at some more stakes action tomorrow on Saturday. The Pumpkin Pie will go as race 4. This has become such a fun race, and we have the yearly conversation of who likes pumpkin pie and who doesn't.
People don't like pumpkin pie?
I don't really like it, no.
That's a flaw. It's a flaw. But did Mitch Levitas just chime in and say he didn't like pumpkin pie?
Mitch doesn't like a dessert?
It's not possible.
Wow.
That's a lie.
There's Weigh the Risks winning over Patricia, and she's very, very good, Weigh the Risks.
Yeah, this is one where Chad got it wrong. And he kept saying to me, I got to try her on the dirt. And unfortunately, when he did on Derby weekend, he caught a sloppy track. Her dry track record has been exceptional. She's lost when she's been a little bit against the racetrack in races. The concern with her is she's been running her best races with Lasix. Won't have Lasix the Pumpkin Pie, but she drew well on the outside. And she, along with Nick Style, are the 2 horses to beat.
Speaking of Nick Style, she is, had an incredible record. She's 7 for 8. She is coming in off a layoff, so that's definitely the concern with her. She started off her career with kind of blasting to the front end, and then recently, as we see in the Hurricane Birdie here last time out, she was able to come from off of it and get the win that day. So layoff to contend with, but she's fast.
She beat a pretty good horse in this race in Our Disaster, running her down. She's very, very strong. And listen, she's got one blemish in her card when she finished second to Ways and Means. Ways and Means probably the best filly and mare sprinter in the country. So running second to her for your only loss, she's going to be tough in here. And Mott's numbers off layoffs are pretty good.
Nick Style making her return towards the end of her 5-year-old season. Really looking forward to seeing her, especially as she does go head-to-head with Weigh the Risks, the favorite, bookending that field in the Pumpkin Pie tomorrow. Now, Flavien Prat, we're going to go 2 for 2 on the card. He'll be aboard National Identity, who's the favorite at 3-5 in this 4th race coming up. See if he can make it 2 wins in a row.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
New Vocations is the oldest and largest racehorse adoption program in the country. We started the program in 1992, and we've placed over 7,000 thoroughbreds and standardbreds into loving homes. These horses were coming from 40 different racetracks across the country. We specifically work with owners and trainers who are looking for an aftercare option for their horses retiring. We take in horses from all over the country, as far as California, Florida, New York. Our largest facility is here in Lexington, Kentucky, but we also have facilities in Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and Louisiana. The racehorses in general are extremely athletic. When they come into our program, we've always been amazed at how much they love to work and they love to have a job. Thoroughbreds, normally when you turn them out, the first thing they want to do when they're turned out in the field is run. It's really amazing to see how so many of them want to run the Kentucky Derby at least 10 times before they stop and start eating grass. And so when they retire from racing, it's important that we keep them active.
Thoroughbreds are naturally athletes. They make tremendous competitors, even in other disciplines. We have horses go on to be successful in dressage, different Western disciplines, eventing, show jumping, you name it. Polo, we have horses who have gone on to do it. So really the sky's the limit for these guys after they're done with their careers on the track. That's really just the beginning for them. And it's a much easier transition for them than people imagine. They just take to it so readily.
So what we've seen over the last 10 years is a huge growth in the number of people, owners and trainers specifically, who truly do care about where their retired racehorses are going when they leave the track. And we have some great supporters, great owners and trainers that have supported our efforts for many, many years because they really do care about their horses.
You can check out newvocations.org for more information. We love and appreciate every aftercare organization that works to make sure that our retired racehorses have soft landing and, if possible, a second career after their racing days are over. It's a lot of fun when you get a chance to see some of your favorite racehorses and maybe they go to the show ring or doing something else after they're done racing.
Oh, it's a responsibility to everybody, and that includes us too, and to support the horses. Their careers are over. I mean, the truth is, even if they run till they're 8 or 9, they have a lot of time to go while they're still around, and you know, they give us so much pleasure. Anyone who can do anything should.
Very well said. As we take a look at National Identity, 3-5 right now, as he won impressively last time out with Flavian Pratt aboard. No offense to the horses that were behind him, but he does meet a much saltier field today, especially as he's the 3-year-old. He did win against Older off the layoff, but he now has to face, just to his outside, for instance, What's Up Bro, who has 8 wins to his name.
And it's not like his last race was his only fast race. The horse,
Correct.
2-year-old, early in his 3-year-old year, was running some pretty good races against some pretty good horses. He has credentials. I'm in no way not saying he's the horse to beat. I just think both of you and I think that he's beating some saltier foes, horses with speed, like What's Up Bro and Yo Banana Boy, that I think could both be potential thorns in his side.
Maggie, he's the short price. He's kind of the young up-and-comer in this group.
Yeah, but he doesn't look like the young horse in this paddock, as he is big. And this is the first time I'm seeing him now as a later 3-year-old, and he has really filled out and progressed so nicely for Danny Gargan. He looks the part of a favorite. There's no doubt about it. He is fairly aggressive, too, here in the paddock, a horse that, you know, he's not devoid of speed, so he should be at least forwardly placed in here. Definitely isn't the fastest either, though. But I do like what I'm seeing from him. He looks great. I really can't fault him at all with what I'm seeing here today. Moving on to number 3, What's Up Bro, whom I think is a bit of a tricky read. He could very well be the speed of the speed in here, but the thing with What's Up Bro is that he doesn't often break that well. And a lot of times he hasn't broken that well because he generally wears an extension blinker, a run-out blinker covering that right outside eye. But last time, first off the claim for Mike Maker, they didn't put it on him. And, you know, Linda Rice was the trainer before who used it on him, and it's not like Linda uses that piece of equipment that often. She used it out of necessity because from the first jump, this horse last time out got out significantly for Ricardo Santana, who I'm sure was just exhausted after trying to hold him in throughout that entire 6.5 furlongs. Now he comes in today, and clearly he does not have that extension blinker on. And I spoke to Ray about this. He's like, I really don't like extension blinkers. I said, I don't either, but when it works, it works. There's a few horses that it makes a major difference. And he might be one that needs it, ultimately. He did say, Ray, that he's not a horse that gets out in the mornings, maybe just, you know, leans a little bit, but well held, and, you know, not a strenuous task for the rider on his back. He does look good here because 3 back when Linda still trained him, I was worried that he wasn't quite fit enough off that extended layoff from April to August, but he is more tucked up here. Now 3rd off the bench, looks great physically overall, but again, that lack of equipment concerns me a little bit for a horse that really does have a propensity in his races to get out. Moving on to number 6, that's On the Hill. He finally broke through the A other than condition last time out, but actually exits a race that it felt as though there were some decent horses in there, all except one who have run back, came back to improve their figures in subsequent starts, including runner-up Man and Finance, who would run an 84 in his next start. This is a horse that always looks fantastic. As a 6-year-old, he's so healthy. I mean, I'd take a guess that this horse is weighs about 1,250, if not closer to 1,300 pounds. He is just that big, that massive. So, of course, with a little bit of a break in his running lines, it concerns me a little bit. But I did think that race may be a little bit better than it would appear on paper. Acacia?
See what he does, stepping up to the next level. Maggie, thank you on the hill at 10-1. The favorite continues to be a short price at 3-5, but there is What's Up Bro, who, as Maggie was touching on, getting out the entire race last time out, and it does make it tough for a rider. This is his win 2 starts back. First of all, this is a horse who needs the lead, Andy, and when he's fighting his rider, it's very tough to put him into the position that he wants to be.
You have no choice with this horse. You have to send him, and he's a different horse in the front end than he is trying to rate. And I'm not saying he's perfect, but if you want to win a race with him, you've got to be aggressive. Now, listen, we'll see how much speed the 8-Yo Banana Boy chooses to show in here, and he could be a thorn in the side also. But he is the speed of the speed in this race, and Christopher Elliott's not one to get in the way of speed horses.
He's been aggressive. We saw it on display yesterday in the Tempted with Schilling, where Christopher was aggressive with her and put her on the front end, and it was the right choice.
Nobody really wanted it, and I think Christopher sensed that and was aggressive, and that's something, you see him go from an apprentice to a journeyman now, and those are the kind of decisions he's got to make if he's going to make the leap, sensing what's going on, and it's a nice thing to see, and I think he's a rider that has improved substantially over the year plus since he first came to New York.
Definitely taken big steps forward. As we'll see what he can do with What's Up Bro. First off the claim, Fort Ray Handle. Let's meet the rest of the field, though, kicking things off with Ciccio Bello cutting back in distance.
Has some good back races, but has been claimed in her last 2 starts ago and just doesn't seem to be the horse that he once was.
Just very disappointing in his last couple of efforts. Here's last out winner, National Identity.
He's stake-faced. He's talented. He should get some pace to run at. He's the horse to beat, but I think could be a bit vulnerable.
There's a What's Up Bro. We talked about some of his antics.
You'll know for sure if he can win if he's not in front. If he's not in front early, he's not winning.
Here is Stewie looking to get back on track.
I'll never know how he managed to rate and win one day, but I'll assume it's because he beat a horse that I bet at 9-1 by a nose. And he ain't making a lead here.
Here's a horse with absolutely no speed, Jackson Heights.
Yeah, they're going to have to be flying up front and the favorite not to show up for him to win.
On the hill, one last out.
He's a weird horse who seems to sometimes be his own worst enemy in races, but he was able to get it done last time.
Here is Brajol, 4th last out.
Another deep closer in this race, and is he necessarily as good as the other closer, Jackson Heights?
And Yo Banana Boy, 2nd in his most recent.
Can he run his best race rating? His 2 wins have come on the front end. He's run effectively rating, he's just never won.
He's 6-1 right now.
He's got to come down from there. He's too big a price.
A generous price.
Yeah.
As far as Yo Banana Boy is concerned, I thought that he had some excuses in his last couple of starts. Back in July, came back off of a layoff at Jackson Heights, ran everybody down that day. Then 2 back, he was chasing What's Up Bro, who was able to wire the field. And then last time, Bostonian, who was a Wesley Ward runner, was on the lead. And Yo Banana Boy was kind of chasing on the inside. I didn't think necessarily the most comfortable position for him.
Yeah, I mean, drawing outside does not hurt his chances, that's for sure. And, he's a horse that, if you start taking apart his record, is better than it looks. He ran in sort of some very, very tough spots after getting very unlucky to lose his debut here for Destin Heath last year in his debut. And then he shipped him out of town. He was running him in tough spots. He got in that wicked pace against Landoro, who was very good in a very, very tough field that fell apart. And while he broke his maiden almost 25-1, he probably should have been about a third of that price that day. And it was a very good ride by Louis Rivera, setting the lead. They rated him in some subsequent races. He ran okay, but not as well. And then they went to the front, and he got it done, albeit a short price. He's had some good efforts without winning. And the one bad effort in his recent races, well, it precipitated a 6-month layoff. So something obviously went wrong there. And for the most part, when Yo Banana Boy is in races that he can win, he runs well. Yeah. He may not win them, but he gives an account for himself. If you start taking apart his PPs, he's very good when he's in the right spot, and he's in the right spot today.
5-1 on the outside as well. Did get to add Lasix last time out in his most recent effort. That's a look at Brajol, who was 4th in his last. There are some generous double-digit prices between the 4, 5, 6, and 7. Did you think that any of those could potentially be fringe players?
I guess the 6 is the most likely on the hill. There should be some hitting in this race, and I think that his better races are a little bit better than the other ones. To be honest, I picked the race 3, 8, 2, 4, so I didn't have too many in there. I guess Stewie, but I don't see Stewie winning this race, but maybe he gets a piece.
Stewie, who got a fast figure when he won back in July at Saratoga. Holding on that day. He was a favorite, too.
Yeah, he was very lucky to win that race. To be honest, I think it's pretty likely the winner will come from the 3 choices. I mean, the board is indicating it. They're the only horses. I mean, you can't have that many horses at short prices. With a 4 to 5 and 2 single-digit odds in the 3 and 8, they are the right horses. I mean, they don't have to win. But it's hard to look at this race and say I really like somebody besides the 2, 3, and 8.
Speaking of Yo Banana Boy, Maggie, how's he looking out there on the track?
Yeah, he's a horse that I have been a fan of throughout his career. And 2 back, you know, I think finally not getting Lasix caught up with him. So I think you can excuse that effort and chalk it up to him bleeding. And so therefore, Lasix was added last time. He was a bit more quiet in the paddock, which often will happen with a horse. And it's the same thing here today on this occasion. I did think, you know, inside, it didn't hurt to be inside back on September 26th, though somewhat of a, I don't want to say indecisive ride last time out, but kind of just, there was no continuity to it in that he was chasing the pace 3 wide early. Then he got steady back approaching the turn. He sat behind and then kind of was stuck and then finally got a seam on the rail, which he went up on the rail, but ultimately proving to be second best to Bostonian. It was cranked up to win for Wesley Ward coming back off the layoff. He looks great here overall. I have no problems with him. Ricardo gave him a nice warm up, really getting him moving. So I think for me, you know, with What's Up Bro being the second choice, I find him a little unreliable. Would I be surprised if he won? No, but he is. He's What's Up Bro. And I just felt like number 8, Yo Banana Boy was the more reliable runner, the more kind of consistent one overall. When, you know, things don't go his way, he can still show that he can run a decent race. And then just watching warm-ups, I agree with Andy. Stewie, he's a little tough to take. You know, he didn't do much running in that last race behind Yo Banana Boy. But he did warm up really, really well here with Manny Franco. Just very animated, very fluid on the track. So one that looks as though he's doing well, but I agree, he's probably not as good as the top several in this race. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. We'll see what takes place in this 4th race coming up. Stewie, generous price at 13 to 1. It's in there if he can run back to some of those races. He actually ran pretty well against Open Company, 2 back behind Barksdale, though on a wet track, but just really disappointing last time.
Yeah, I'm not a big Stewie fan, and I know he won without the lead that day. Maybe he'll do it again sometime. I'll believe it when I see it. It's not like Leo's Reward, who he beats, run a competitive race since that race.
That's fair. 3 to 5, though, on National Identity. See if he can make it 2 in a row, and Flavian Pratt can pick up another one. Race 4 from Aqueduct coming up. Here's Chris Griffin.
Last to load to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Yo Banana Boy gets the first call, and in between horses, here comes What's Up Bro with Stewie in the early mix 2. 3 across the racetrack, and they go at it head and head as they work up the backstretch, the leading trio. National Identity. Flavian Pratt is now a well-settled 4th as the front 3 tear away. Being eased out of the race is going to be On the Hill. Being eased is On the Hill. Towards the back end of the field is going to be Ciccio Bello, then Jackson Heights, and Brajol, and again, East was On the Hill. 21.69. They zipped through that opening quarter, and it has been pressured throughout. Towards the inside, What's Up Bro? In between horses, Stewie. 3 wide, Yo Banana Boy. National Identity starts to make up ground, and maybe that's the spot to be. Right here in 4th is coming after the leaders now and moving quickly. Ciccio Bello is right there in 5th, trying to make up some ground with Jackson Heights. Brajol is the trailer. 44.30, and they look gassed up front. What's Up Bro is in front, but here comes National Identity down the center of the racetrack. A perfect setup, and National Identity is trying to open up. Yo Banana Boy won't give in, is battling on. So is What's Up Bro. From the back, here comes Jackson Heights trying to rally on him. Brajol from way out of it, but National Identity set a nice trip and gets the victory. National Identity, Yo Banana Boy did well to hold second. Then came Jackson Heights, and What's Up Bro, 1 minute 15.65 seconds.
National Identity with the win, and a dream setup there behind the pace, but he had plenty of force in the stretch.
Takes 3 speeds to heat up a pace in most cases, and with Manny being aggressive with Stewie, and I'm never going to criticize aggressive rides, but it really heated up the pace. I mean, I know the track's playing quickly, but 21.69 is very fast. And National Identity could not have gotten a better trip, and frankly, I'm not sure he ran a better race than Yo Banana Boy, who ran extremely well, holding up for second and fought him every bit down to the wire. Succumbed with What's Up Bro succumbing in the late stages for third, but all the work was done on the front end, and the winner could not have gotten a better trip.
That now makes it 6 wins in a row over 2 days for Flavien Prat. He won his 4 mounts yesterday, won his first 2 mounts today. Ramon Dominguez holds the record of 7 straight wins over a 2-day period back in December of 2011. So one more to tie that record.
I believe his next mount is in the 6th race on the number 9 Coach Case, and then after that, he is riding the Unlikely Beach Ballad in the Central Park. So, Ramon, pretty good chance you'll be able to sleep comfortably tonight, not having lost that record. I'm sure he's really
I'm
praying.
sure Ramon is really stressed
He's
about
probably,
it. Yeah.
if you're having a tough time, Ramon, you can text me. I think you're okay.
2-8-5-3. That's 2 today for Flavien Prat. National Identity takes that step forward to make it 2 in a row. New York bred son of Salamini. Prices and more when we come back.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
We're back on America's Day at the Races as we get closer and closer to the start of the meet over at Oaklawn Park, which is now accepting reservations for dining and reserved seats for the 2025-2026 Holiday and Classics seasons. Saw some really good racing there down this winter. Of course, some important Kentucky Derby preps there as well. And just such a fun track to go to. It's true what they say about the Southern hospitality. The people there are so nice and always really excited about the racing and very knowledgeable about the racing, the fans at Oaklawn as well.
They'll be starting up pretty soon, so head on down to Hot Springs.
100%. National Identity heading into the winner's circle with Flavien Prat in the saddle, makes it 2 wins in a row. As this horse got a dream setup for sure, but he's been in good form.
Yeah, no, he got a great setup. I mean, he ran well to get it done. But, boy, I mean, you just can't draw up a better trip than that. And when Stewie went, it teed up the pace extraordinarily and made it very tough on these. I'm not sure he ran better than the runner-up Joe Banana Boy, but he got the win for Danny Gargan and have to either move him into non-winners of one open company next time or try stakes with him. He's a good horse, but he got a very good trip here.
National Identity with the win, $3.12 victory. Gets the job done at 1-2 over Yo Banana Boy, who tried after being part of that early pace. We turn our attention over to race 5. Maiden optional claiming for the 2-year-old fillies, the filly version or I should say the sprint version of what we saw in race 1. And right now, number 7, Daniela Marie, taking attention as this is a horse who has plenty of speed and should take a step forward second time out with the blinkers on.
We'll see. I mean, I think that you got a number of players. We'll see how things work out. You're leaving me.
I'm leaving you, yes. But don't worry.
It's the way it always works out for
I'm
me.
leaving you in the very capable hands of Greg Wolf.
That is true.
Yeah.
Good to see Greg.
He's always there for you.
He is. He is always here for me.
Greg coming up on the desk. I'll be back reporting in a little bit. But we will have a conversation about Bill Mott sending Noble Dynasty to the Central Park. He's trying to get back on track and find the winner's circle after a disappointing effort in the Pilgrim last time out. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Game winner first ran a very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
You can gamble anywhere all the time. Just ask yourself, should I? Take a pause and think about how often you're gambling. A pause can help you stay in control. Visit oasas.ny.gov to take our survey and see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in the bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
Legendary Claiborne Farm. As Walker said in that piece, their motto, 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement. Hi, Andy Serling.
Hi, Greg. Nice to see you. Good, good. Got a little time together before I leave you.
Yes, we do. Pick 6 is coming up in about, you got about 15 minutes to put your tickets together. We will get into the beginning of that sequence in a moment. Part of that sequence, stakes race coming up later in the card. In the Central Park at 1 16th on the turf. And Atfield will stretch out for Tom Morley. A lot of interesting runners in this group. Let's start with Noble Dynasty, though, who comes out of the Grade 2 Pilgrim, beat by Botas for Miguel Clement in that start.
I guess if you want to defend his last race, and this is 2 back when he ran very well to break his maiden on top of a pace that came apart and still held on for the win, and ran second to a promising horse in Teddy's Rocket in his debut, you could say coming back in 20 days from his maiden win to the Pilgrim, because he was dull, he was farther back than normal, and he just didn't really have that much of a punch, but he's been a better horse than that, and hopefully with 5 weeks between races now, he'll run better, sort of like Deep Learning did yesterday after running a decent second in her prior start, though she ran better than Noble Dynasty did last time.
Junior Alvarado will be aboard. Meanwhile, Horseshoe went gate to wire in the turf debut Kentucky Downs, won by 6+ lengths, tried to do it again against winners at Churchill Downs and just got caught late. Do you view that as a negative with this horse? Did you like this race?
I like his race. I picked him actually in here. I got away from Florent a little last time out, and this race just completely collapsed at the end, and mostly because he probably went a little too fast up front. Now it's up to Curtis to be able to rate him a little bit here on the front end. You don't want to get in his way, but I think this horse is pretty good, actually. But he's got to get
interesting
16
group
today. I think it's a very interesting race.
Yeah.
Jutland can win. Son Above was impressive first time out.
We're going to take a look at him. This was a sensational start considering what he had to overcome at the beginning.
And I think it's important for people to know it wasn't his fault that the start was as bad as it was. Now, he's going to break a step slow. That is his fault. But after that, the 2 comes over and severely cut him off. And that's why I think he ended up as far back as he did. As you can see, he is way back in this race. Now, nice job by the rider.
Look at this move
Saved
around
ground in here. Angled out of the turns. You see him angling out in the late stages of the turn, so he saved ground the whole way. This is quite a run to put in for a horse that basically spotted the field a good 5 lengths, so good trip after that. But he spotted this field a great deal and was still able to get the win. So he's probably better than that 61 buyer suggests. Is he good enough in his second start to beat this field? That's another question, but I wouldn't completely dismiss him.
That was his debut, by the way.
2 turns.
A lot of room to move forward for that very interesting horse coming in from Maryland.
I agree.
In that Central Park.
And we've seen Madison Myers come here and have success before.
You could play the late pick 5, pick 6, of course, coming up next by getting signed up at Naira Bets. Promo code we're going to have coming up on the screen in moments, I promise.
You promise.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus. There it is. I always keep my promises.
You do. You do. Eventually it was going to show up. There's nothing you can do about it. It might have been much later in the show, but eventually it was going to happen.
Bonus 200, the code to punch in and get that $200 in your account at NiroBets.com. I talked to you off here before I came on. This pick 5 I think is incredibly difficult, which makes the pick 6 even more difficult.
These are wide open races. I think they're really fun races to try to find some prices or better prices within the races, but tough to put together in a multi-race sequence.
We'll kick off the pick 6 with a 6.5 furlong sprint for 2-year-old fillies in this maiden optional claiming group. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with the very speedy number 7, who is your current favorite, and Daniela Marie, actually, Tebet favorite, as she'll go out second time out here for trainer Chad Summers and faced a maiden special weight field last time out. Battled around there with the favored for the ladies, only for both of them to be swarmed in the end, as Daniela Marie will put blinkers on here for this second start. And while I wasn't in the paddock for her debut, just a short cup treater blinker on today, I like the way she's handling herself. Sometimes these fillies that are cranked up to have and to show that early speed, they can be a little bit flighty or a little bit nervy in their second starts. That's not her at all. She is focused, laser focused in fact, and just nicely on the bridle. I love the way she's handling herself, and on top of that, she looks the part too. She's well muscled, she's strong, and I think she takes this field on a merry chase with the likely speed. Moving on to her inside with number 6, Credit Risk. Now, she ran first time out in a field like this, and I will give her credit for the fact that the winner of that race, Leclerc, was the only horse in that affair who had experience, and she did run second, running well as she broke a step slow. Then she went up 3 wide to contest the pace. It was a strung out field. She took a bit of a bump at the quarter pole, and I thought she really, hung on gamely. The problem with her, though, is she's a bit flighty. She's doing what I was discussing with number 7, Daniela Marie, in her second start, in that she just seems a little edgy, a little nervous. Not that she wasn't necessarily like this first time out, in that she was a little bit silly going in the saddling stall and coming out of it in her debut, but today she walked in and she was kind of all over the place. She's a big, good-looking girl, and I do respect her in this spot. I just wish she was a little bit more settled. As we'll move on to some first-time starters on the outside, including number 8, Lady Rose, daughter of Upstart, who, with his 2-year-old first-time starters, does hit at 17%. There's a bit more turf and synthetic pedigree, immediately speaking, but if you go back to the second dam, she was a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter. So looking at her here, she actually looks incredibly fit for a Linda Rice first-time starter. It's often said that Linda's horses need a start to get going when they begin their careers, and it shows with them physically, but she's actually quite defined and tucked up. She's been professional here, but also fairly quiet. So don't know how cranked up, though, mentally speaking, she is for this debut. And then moving on to John Terranova's number 9, K Road, a daughter of Preservationist, who you wouldn't think this, but actually with his 2-year-olds hits at 18%. And they might be a little bit better going longer, though. 4 of the 6 siblings have been winners and mostly have been dirt sprinters on the bottom side. And going back to the second dam, she was a multiple stakes winner as a 2-year-old. Fairly old pedigree on the bottom side, though. I like what I'm seeing from her here on this occasion. Yes, she might want to go further than this. She kind of has a frame to suggest that, in that she's a bit bigger, a little bit more even in her build throughout, but I like what I'm seeing from her. One that I don't think wins first time out here, Greg, but I do think she might give a good account of herself.
9-1 for that man right there, trainer John Terranova. So Christopher Elliott will be aboard for the debut K Road from that outside post.
I'm a John Terranova fan. I think he and his wife Tanya do an excellent job. This horse is a half to mostly horses that weren't that good. A few of them ran buyers around 60s, not impossible. And even Linda Rice's first are taking some money, Lady Rose inside of her. But I still believe the 6 and 7 are the horses to beat in here. I prefer the 7. That's the public.
Yeah, favored here for Chad Summers. Blinkers on dropping out of a straight maiden debut back on October 5th for Chad Summers.
And we saw this exact rider change with another Chad Summers second-time starter that improved substantially second time out. Thought this horse ran well. Was involved with the pace with For the Ladies, the horse who finished second. Tom Morley first, and it was 9-5. Winner made a huge run from well back. I think it's Carol's Way shouldn't be ignored either. 9-1 and Oliver Hosang, first-time starter in an open maiden special weight. That's a pretty good sign that that horse was live. That would be like 1-5 on Pletcher.
Meanwhile, there's Kendrick Carmouche. He will ride the favorite here. That big rider switch for Chad Summers, start number 2. As you take a look at, one of the major players right next door in speed next door with Credit Risk for Lisa Barkowski.
Who I think is a big-time player. He ran a good second, fought back the whole way down the stretch last time. The horse was, I believe, favored, making his second start and improved a lot. Didn't run well at Keeneland in a subsequent start, but nonetheless, I think is okay. I thought the 6 and 7 were just the logical horses. The public agrees.
Ricardo Santana Jr. will be back aboard for the second start.
Lavian Pratt's giving everybody a break after winning 6 straight.
Unreal.
6 straight mounts.
Again.
But he's not going away. He's not going away at all. He'll be riding here all winter. Though I imagine he'll have some out-of-town engagements on weekends.
Making a late push to put a little exclamation point in the minds of the Eclipse voters.
There's still some big races to be run this year, though I don't know if any voters are paying attention to them, or how many voters, I should say. I think the responsible voters aren't, but unfortunately, the irresponsible voters have had too much of a say in the Eclipse of voting for too long.
Post parade here coming up. Again, this race is going to start the pick 6, and we will start with a major player. It's Carol's Way. Start number 2, the debut straight maiden race, third, beat less than 2 lengths at almost 10-1.
Can't knock a race. Thought she ran fine in there with a 4-wide trip, finishing third.
Jose Gomez back aboard. Clara Vidente.
Say that 5 times fast.
Speed and turf to dirt.
The only fast dirt race, though, was at Finger Lakes.
Here's Scion's Rose, second-time starter.
Would have to improve a great deal. Does get a rider change after breaking slowly first time out.
Golden Miracle, a little hard to endorse.
I agree. Would take more than a Golden Miracle.
Here's the 2 main contenders. Credit Risk, speed for Lisa Barkowski.
Nothing not to like, a horse who figures to be forward.
Now, not the favorite. Second choice, Daniela Marie for Chad Summers with the blinkers on.
I think she's the horse to beat as the likely speed of the speed.
Kendrick Carmouche is mentioned. Will hop aboard, and then 2 first-time starters on the outside. Here's Linda Rice's Lady Rose with Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, well, I'm taking some money. Linda's not great with firsters, but she can win with them.
And the one Maggie touched on for John Terranova, here's K Road.
No surprises, drifting up a little bit in odds, but I always take another look at the Terranova starters. They can win with firsters.
Back to the one who has become the favorite now. It's Carol's Way, who debuted October 5th, ran third against Better Company for a barn. It took a lot of money considering the barn.
I wonder how many favorites Oliver Hosang has started in New York in his career. I'm going to guess it's a very small number, to say the least, but I'm not going to knock this horse. She ran well, but I do think the horse that finished behind her, Danielle Marie, probably ran better, and is a likelier winner, all things considered. But nothing wrong with this horse's debut.
Why do you feel that way?
Well, you're getting a significant rider change. I mean, this is a meaningful rider change. And I know you can say, well, what did the rider do wrong?
With this happening.
Gauge with the pace, but Kendrick Carmouche is just a better rider. And I think this horse engaged the pace, whereas Carol's Way was taking advantage of pace that was probably falling apart a little bit as Danielle Marie was dueling with the eventual second-place finisher For the Ladies, who lost right at the wire.
Yeah, they were flying up front. And as mentioned, Daniela Marie was right there on top of that pace and then backed up. It's Carol's Way got to close into that fast pace, which you can tend to take advantage of and makes the performance a little bit less intriguing.
I'm shocked by these odds. I never imagined that the number two would be favored. She was the 7-2 third choice on the line, or co-second choice, as the favorite was Credit Risk on the line.
So those 3 really dominating the wagering here. I guess See if one of the firsters steps up. A little difficult to see. Clara Venetti, you mentioned, does have that one big race at Finger Lakes.
Who is betting her at 8-1 in this race? That I don't get. The only good race, Finger Lakes, and she showed speed. She's not going to be able to run with a 6 and 7 in this race. I have no idea why she's capturing people's fancy. I guess Linda's horse, Lady Rose, she's been sitting steady at 6-1 the whole way. She's not drifting up so far.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, 5-1 now for Linda Rice. And like I said, Linda's horses generally have that appearance of looking like they need to start. So she is a little bit intriguing because she does look ready. I have ultimately gone to Daniela Marie in here. I appreciate the effort that she put in first time out and find that she encounters softer company here. But let's take a look at the horse who is favored. That comes out of that same race. In number 2, it's Carol's Way, whom I was not there for that October 5th event, but she did take advantage of dynamics in the race kind of coming apart, 21-4, 44-4. She was with the flow of the race and kind of got, maybe a little less of a ground saving trip than the eventual winner in Newtown Pike. But look, it was hard to judge her because honestly, they brought her in and I was actually wondering where she was because she immediately went in the saddling stall and she didn't leave. She stayed in there and then they pulled her out and they went to the track. She hasn't acted poorly at all. I mean, she's been quiet as a little church mouse and very well behaved. But she is little. She is fairly unassuming, but, not badly put together. Looks fit here. Wish I had notes on her first time out and how she acted and appeared, but I really think that now the 6 has gone to slight favoritism. They're all the same price here. For me, I just wanted Daniela Marie because I know how fast she is, and now she's more outside with Kendrick aboard. Guys?
Pick 6 coming up here quickly through the sequence. Where in the world do you find a race to try and narrow it down to someone?
Well, here I would try to get by with 6 and 7.
Not the 2.
No.
Okay.
I think the 6 and 7 are both likelier winners. I prefer the 7. I would lean on. Next race, I picked a crazy horse in the 3 A-lister. I like Stormy Birthday, the other horses, but it's a hard horse to rely on in there. I think that race is wide open. I picked Honey Dutch in the next, but 3, 5, even the 4. Hatfield
6
stretching out.
Jutland's going to be tough, I think.
Yeah, not impossible, absolutely. I kind of like Scat to Tap in the 8th, but it's one of a number of horses that can win. I don't mind betting that horse alone. I'm not going to sink a lot of money on that horse into multi-race bets. I mean, the Stewart Manor is absolutely wide open, and the last race is wide open. So I think that people have to not just decide they want to play because they see these low takeout pick 5s. I get it. But the reality is they're very hard. And despite, reading online, people put their kids through college playing pick 5s, it's just not true. They're very hard. And ticket structure is very, very important in them. And in general, I think a lot of people would be better off keeping it more simple than tying their money up in very tough bets. I get it. You can make scores in them. I understand. People like them. They are very tough, and particularly tough today.
Whether right or wrong, too. And a lot of times you're going to be wrong. I just couldn't find any single race in the sequence in the pick 5. Forget the pick 6 because this maybe you can't narrow it down. Where you feel comfortable, narrowing it down to even 2 horses.
I agree. I'm happy to bet a single race where I like a horse at 6, 8-1. But there's a big difference between doing that in one race and tying it up a lot of money into that horse in a multi-race bet. And I think people sometimes get too caught up in looking at the multis at the expense of playing races individually.
See what happens here as we get set for the pick 6. It is credit risk back to favoritism. Second-time starter for Lisa Barkowski. And we'll see if the pace duel is on with maybe the 3 part of it as well, but certainly the 6 and 7. They want to go forward. See if any of these firsters have any speed on the outside as well. Pick 6 starts here. Chris Griffin to get us started.
K Road. Outside runner is going to load. There's Scion's Rose. Still 2 out. Golden Miracle. And Daniela Marie. One more back there is Lady Rose. Here's Golden Miracle. Lady Rose. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. K Road flew out of the gate from an outside stall, and Daniela Marie in the early mix too. Claire Vidente wants to join them. Scion's Rose is right there in the red silks, tightly bunched early. At the rail, it's Carol's Way is going to take back as it's a scrum for the lead, and the lead is Daniela Marie. Daniela Marie with a head advantage is about to be joined now in between horses. Here comes Credit Risk. Credit Risk has now put a nose in front, but battling hard through a 21-4 opening quarter mile. Scion's Rose is going to hold that rail position. The front three continue to go at it. Just off of them, here comes Lady Rose is in pursuit with K Road. They travel as a pair. They're 4th and 5th. All in, it's Carol's Way is trying to make up some ground. Claire Vidente and far back, the trailer Golden Miracle. Daniela Marie starts a dispatch of Credit Risk and also Scion's Rose, but does Daniela Marie have plenty to hold off? The oncoming strides of K Road from off the pace. Daniela Marie still opening up here in the stretch. Daniela Marie is opening up on this field, is up by 4. A furlong left to go and extending the margin with every single stride. Kendra Carmouche, Daniela Marie, they're going to crush here inside the final 16th. Big effort. Daniela Marie, no doubt, geared down, wins this one well. K Road second, then Lady Rose. It's Carol's Way is in a photo with Credit Risk in 1 minute 17.28 seconds.
Daniela Marie, it was quite a few up there. Wanted to be part of this early pace. Big improvement here, start number 2.
She made an absolute mockery of this field. I mean, I know that the track's very quick, but 21 and 9, just under 22 is moving for these kind of horses. And, you would have expected her to get tired. You could just see top of the stretch. She was likely to increase that margin. The two firsters, the 8 and 9, ran okay to be second and third. They had pretty good trips. This horse, she won. She was 5-2. She won like 2-5.
This barn had a great summer, but particularly Chad Summers with his 2-year-olds right now. Maybe has the best 2-year-old in the country. Napoleon Solo.
Oh, I don't know about that, but pretty good.
He might.
Pretty good horse.
7-9-8-2. This one went second time out.
Yeah, I feel like this horse might be named for Rai Valente's mother.
Okay.
Because he did tell me he had a horse, and I thought it might have been this one. Whatever. Whoever Danielle Marie is, she should be happy to have this horse named for her.
5-2 starts off the pick 6. We'll have the prices in a moment. I'm sorry, I know you want to stay, but you got to go.
Well, the MIG is here. I mean, and he's ready. I mean, look at him. He's a man who's, you can just see it. He looks like he likes a coiled spring over there.
Yes, he is a coiled spring. Get your position
Too
going
old to
forward,
be a
Nick. Get on in here during the break.
Spring.
We're going to take a timeout.
He's like an old slinky.
Daniela Marie, 5-2. Kendra Carmouche for Chad Summers and owned by Rai Valente to start the pick 6.
$6,600,000 $1,600,000 bid today, $1,600,000 bid now 650. $1,650,000 $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2 as we saw an impressive maiden breaker here in today's 5th race as Daniela Marie breaks her maiden in style for Chad Summers, who joins me now. And Chad, you know, you were saying that the New York bred race didn't go, the restricted race didn't go, so you opted for a maiden special weight first time out, and she ran really well considering how hot those fractions were.
Yeah, look, I mean, we knew how fast Tom Morley's horse was that day, and we probably cost you guys the race some.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, but look, at the end of the day, you know, look, I mean, Emily kind of got this horse ready to rock and roll that day, and, you know, she just needed that first race, and, you know, we always wanted to have that 2-race progression to the Stallion Series race, and it's all come together so well, so good.
Yeah, and taking so much advantage of being a New York sired filly. Talk a little bit about how and when you have to start planning to prepare for those lucrative races.
Well, we were in the June sale, and I was looking for a Derby horse for Roddy, and I'm like just kind of looking at all these horses, and I saw this horse, and she was an Honest Mischief. I go, well, she's a Stallion Series, and you know this is a race that Roddy's always been chasing with all those busting stones over the years that he's had. And I looked at her, I go, man, I said, I didn't look at her like her workout time. I said, man, she's a pretty horse. I said, you know, what is she breezing? They go 9-4, and this little girl had her the whole time, and she's like, it's the first time she ever breezed. I've never breezed a horse before. I go, man, this thing's gonna bring $500,000. So I go, what's the reserve? And they go, it was a full share. They go, we don't know. It'll go somewhere between 70 and 300. I go, well, that's quite a range. I said, Roddy, you know, he wanted to go to like 30. I go, Roddy, yeah, go to 50 or 60, and we got it for 40.
How?
Well, just right time, right opportunity, and you know that June sale, it's kind of your last chance, and people don't want to take them to the races, and so we kind of took advantage of the situation, and you know everybody else kind of dropped out on her, but you know we loved her from the beginning, and she's been really special, and you know happy for Roddy and the team for sure.
I was gonna say Kendrick looked as though he enjoyed the ride as well.
Yeah, you know, we put the blinkers on her the other day. Kendrick came out and worked her, and we said, how did he work? And he said she worked like a winner, so I guess he was right.
He was very right. Well, congratulations. Really nice prep for that Stallion Series.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Chad Summers enjoying a great year, and Daniela Marie, another impressive winner.
$7.40 for the win, and then 2 first-time starters complete this trifecta. K Rhoda, the big number, 18-1 for John Terranova. Early pick 5, and even 807 pennies. As I have a new analyst as my partner, the MIG, Richard Migliori, joining me on set. Good to see you as we get set for an incredibly difficult late pick 5 to come.
Yeah, and very competitive, very difficult, but kind of get your thinking cap on, and hopefully we can help at least point you in a direction. And how about the year Chad Summers put together? It's been very impressive.
Had a great Saratoga. Mentioned with Andy, maybe the best 2-year-old in the country who we didn't see compete in the Breeders' Cup, Napoleon Solo, who was so good in the Champagne.
Yep.
See how he continues to progress when we turn the page to next year.
Yeah, really interesting when connections can bypass a very lucrative spot like the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, thinking ahead to the first Saturday in May and the Triple Crown Trail. I mean, that's when they have a lot of confidence in a horse, and a horse that should have a lot of confidence in the way he won the Champagne.
It's a huge effort. He's exciting, no question. Late pick 5 is mentioned. Coming up next, about 18 minutes from race 6. And this race will kick off the late pick 5. 6 furlongs sprinting on the grass. New York breds, first level allowance condition. It's the 9 right now. Coach Case, one of a couple in this race for Miguel Clement. He's got the 7 King Puck as well, favored. Big timer with a big chance for Phil Antonacci, who won the debut. Nano Man, interesting for John Kimmel. There's a lot of interesting runners in this field.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to go, and I even give the other Miguel Clement runner, King Puck, a long look, adding the blinkers and having a race under his belt. First start since July. I think he's a bit interesting as well.
And Andy left us, but he had mentioned A-lister. That horse is. We agree on that. That horse has not sprinted on the grass in a long time. His sprint last time, November of 24. As good, maybe better than most in this field, and he's a huge number.
Yeah, I mean, when they have races that they can get back to that would make them competitive. Well, right there, I think you just gave me the hunch play of the day, the 3 A-lister with the 10 big timer. A-lister, big timer?
Could be. There's a nice exacta for you. All right, let's look ahead to the weekend. What's coming up? 2 stakes on this. Today's Friday, right?
Today is Friday.
Is it Friday?
Yeah.
Wow. Tomorrow, loaded lineup. Mother Goose, Hill Prince, Long Island, Dwyer, Pumpkin Pie, and then the WAD on Sunday. So I assume we're going to be running a David Donk feature. Hill Prince Field, grade 3, 3-year-olds on the lawn at 1 1/8 miles. And it's been a really coming to fruition this summer for Stars and Strides, who I loved when he moved on the turf, and I loved even more when he won the Saranac.
Yeah, and this was a horse that in his turf debut, there was some trouble, right? There was some issues
Extremely green.
Yeah, extremely, where he ducked in behind horses. So he's still a bit of a work in progress. Couldn't have got a nicer trip in the Saranac, huh? Just patient by Junior Alvarado, who's just ridden so incredibly well all year and kind of got it done with a little something left there.
Yeah. Undefeated, 2 for 2 since shifting to the grass. This son of American Pharoah for Pin Oak Stud, trained by Bill Mott, and off since that Saranac Stakes win back on closing day of the meet at Saratoga.
Yeah, it feels like that wasn't that long ago, but we're talking about a few months now. Time just continually marching on. But listen, the horse tipped his hand that he had ability on debut, came back on the dirt, and then he said, all right, well, let's get this guy on the grass, and he's very good.
Meanwhile, Chad Brown's going to have a horse cutting back in distance. He's gone a marathon, mile and 3/8 each of the last 3 starts. In fact, that's how he broke his maiden back in June here at Belmont at Aqueduct, and then subsequent tries against older company too. Won again at 1 3/8 in his most recent start.
Yeah, and listen, I'm never going to question Chad Brown, what he thinks his horses will excel doing, because sometimes you'll look at a horse and say, well, this horse doesn't really have a turf pedigree, and then they win on the turf or vice versa. So he just seems to have a very good handle. Kind of a grinding style. I don't see a huge turn of foot, and I don't know that that's going to translate as well on the cutback, but you do pick up Flavien Prat.
Incredible. 7 on the card on Sunday. First ever to do that on the NYRA circuit. 6 in a row. 4 yesterday. He's already got 2 today and a chance for quite a few more.
Only 2 so far? He's slacking, huh?
Well, he's only had a couple of. He's only had a couple of tries. So,
of course, I'm kidding.
Being generous.
I'm a huge fan. I just feel like he has such a solid game. There is no hole, no weakness in his game.
Aqueduct Saturday contests.
It's Belmont Park there.
Yeah, in the background with that big crane. Hopefully doing some work there. I was out there for the topping off ceremony.
Since that
Got
ceremony,
to put my name on the beam.
Did you really? That is really cool.
Real quick, cash prizes, bragging rights up for grabs. Go to nyrabets.com/contest to learn more. Go ahead.
I think they've made a lot of progress since that ceremony. A lot's gone on. I was walking around there not last night, the night before, and I'm very impressed with the progress.
Coach Case, 1 of 2, Miguel Clement Barn. This is the 3-1 favorite, cutting back in distance, blinkers on, with Pratt looking for number 3 on the card.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Complete package.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Makoma broke well on the outside. And
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Makoma, the one to catch. Makoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Makoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Makoma
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. As we get set for the late pick 5-6 furlong sprinting on the outer turf, New York breds. In this first allowance condition, Coach Case, as we showed you going to break, for Miguel Clement. Favorite cutting back in distance. Meanwhile, in the background there, that is Big Timer, who is undefeated. Won the debut for Phil Antonacci. Manny Franco back aboard. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, Big Timer. He's pretty impressive looking, and he was impressive breaking his maiden first time out because he broke handily enough. It was a race in which we saw a decent pace out in front of him, but he was nicely in the bridle following that pace around the racetrack. And then when he was able to find a seam and extricate himself from the rail, he kicked on nicely beneath Manny Franco, who's aboard once again here for Phil Antonacci. And I like what I'm seeing here in the Paddock, as this is an impressive horse. Now, he has gotten a little hot, which I don't love to see. Granted, I didn't get to see him first time out. I wasn't in the paddock, but you often worry, you know, as I talked about in the last race with second-time starters, and yes, he's an older one. Do they get a little unraveled by what happened first time out, and are they nervous about it at second asking? Now, he's not acting that way, but just note that he did get a little bit warm here in the paddock, but otherwise, he looks sensational. As to his inside is a horse that's turning back, who's looking to keep the streak alive for Flavien Prat, as he looks to equal my, no offense to all the other riders, but my favorite rider of all time's record of 7 consecutive races over a 2-day period of racing. But then again, Flavien's done that in 1 day, so it's not that big of a deal, is it? But Coach Case is one that I've always thought that looking at him, shorter is better, because he's a horse that debuted and took a lot of money back in April that I wrote, like Mile, don't want to see him going any further. Well, since then, he's done pretty much all of that. So I'm intrigued by this turn back in distance for this son of Slumber. He has the End of Mischief on the bottom side, as he will add a pair of very short cut cheater blinkers today. But physically, he looks as though this could work well getting back to the 6 furlongs. Greg?
That man right there, reigning Eclipse Award winner, 7-win Sunday. No one's ever done it on the New York circuit. History made. 4 wins yesterday, and he's only had 2 mounts today, 2 wins.
So he's 2 for 2 today. He's very live here. Listen, he and his agent, Brad Pegram, are hitting on all cylinders. Brad's getting him the live mounts, and he's delivering. And that's how you continue to build that success.
And that's the one he'll ride, the 9. Big reason why this one's major player on his own merits, but maybe why this one is the 3-1 favorite right now, cutting back in distance. Let's go back to Van Vollenhoven. David Duggan barn, 7-1 currently for a barn that has really come around the last few years. By his own admission, Duggan said he probably should be done in this sport, but he's just too stubborn to quit. And after some lean years where he thought about walking away, the last 3 years, they've been the best of his career.
Trainer David Duggan has always had horses in his life, starting from an early age in his hometown of Tipperary, Ireland.
We were on ponies when we were younger. We grew up as farmers now. My uncle Matt had a couple of horses. He was a permit trainer, and there was always ponies around. I went to the apprentice school in Ireland. Some gravitated towards being jump jockeys or flat jockeys. We got into a good yard, and they got us on horses and had like a mini career as a jockey for a while.
An injury ended his career as a jockey before he arrived in the United States, but that did not derail his dream of working with racehorses. Duggan would go on to assist trainers Neil Drysdale, Owen Hardy, and John Kimmel. A purse increase at NYRA emboldened Duggan to go out on his own.
We saw opportunity in New York when the slots came here, and we thought that, you know, if we were ever going to take a chance, it was obviously here, and we had a history of being here.
Dave's not the only Duggan destined to work with horses.
I was born and bred into racing. My dad used to ride. He was quite a famous jockey in Ireland and in England. So I've been riding since I was 3 years old and involved in racing all the way up. We lived on the Curragh, so my sister and myself were totally spoiled. We had our own ponies. We took off on the Curragh and did whatever we wanted to do. We were really lucky.
Since the very beginning, the Duggan barn has been a family affair.
We think along the same lines probably 95% of the time, and I think that just makes things work. As I always tell my kids, Dad's the boss at the barn, I'm the boss at home. So he basically does all the set lists and the plans for the horses. We do discuss what's best, go back and forth a few times that way, but mainly Dave's the main decision maker.
Port Bonheur! Port Bonheur! Poke that head in front. Can't hurry, love wins the Dancing Renee. It's Sunday Girl. She's gonna win impressively. Here's Drafted coming on to win the Grade 3 Run Happy Stakes.
Through it all, Duggan strives to compete with the best in the game.
You have to keep on upgrading your quality as a trainer and how you communicate with people and the service that you put out. To be consistently good at what you do and keep on churning out the right kind of horses for New York, because New York is very competitive. You look at Chad, you look at Todd. Why are they successful? That's the reason you keep on trying better every day.
And he's been given an opportunity, and talk about making the most of it. David Duggan has just been sensational the last 3 years. Someone who probably deserves more horses than he has in his barn.
Absolutely. Terrific horseman, terrific person. And then you get a 2-for-1 deal with Lara, his wife, who's tremendous hand on a horse and a great woman in her own right.
Post parade happened just a few moments ago. Here's a look at it. Master Freud, big long shot from the inside.
Yeah, it's going to have to find a race that we haven't seen since April to be competitive here, I think.
Stormy birthday, Bobby Robato, Javier Castellano.
This horse is a major player. Biggest stumbling block for the Stormy birthday is getting out of the starting gate. Just got to get away cleaner.
Does not happen, though. Consistently a problem with this runner. Next door, an 18-1 shot who finally, since the first time since November of 24, is getting back to sprinting on grass. And it seems like that's what this horse does best. A player at 19-1.
It's always a bit puzzling when connections go away from what a horse does well, but this horse's last turf sprint was good enough to be competitive here.
Here's David Duggan's Van Vollenhoven. Luis Rivera Jr. rides.
Definitely a player here. This horse got a good trip last time. Wasn't badly beaten, though.
Love me a Karen. Big price.
First time against New York Brits.
Here's one of two for Miguel Clement. Blinkers on King Puck.
I don't like this. I don't know if that's out of character for this horse, but I thought this horse was a player. Just don't like when they turn sideways against the pony, seem reluctant to participate.
Scaramanga, some sneaky okay efforts, but would be a bit of a shock, 47-1. There's Coach Case.
Yeah, consistent, good closer, adds blinkers, and you get the hot ride in Flavien Prat.
Phil Antonacci's big timer of the 10, one first time out on the turf.
Big fan of Antonacci. Horses look good, and he's had a tremendous year.
And 8-1, that's a nice price on a major contender outside.
Yeah, he has figures that fit here, even though he's stepping back up in company off a good effort for claiming 35.
Pick 5 starts here. As mentioned, it is a very difficult one, so you should get rewarded, and you'll get a little extra reward if you play it through Naira Bets and opt in to this 5K hit and split promo. Take home your share. Everyone who wins of this $5,000 pot, if you hit that late Big 5 today at NairaBets.com, you got to opt in to take advantage. Get your account up, Mick.
It's open.
You opted in?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. Wow, 5-2. This is a tough race to make anyone 5-2 in. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Flavien Prat, the new IRAD Ortiz around here when it comes to the board. You are taking a short price on a horse who's never done this before, so that's never a good proposition. But let's take a look at a horse who does make a significant amount of sense on paper, and that's number 2 in here, Stormy Birthday, whom I agree with you guys. His lack of an ability to get out of the gate definitely hurts him, especially in turf sprints. He did run well last time, although he did rally whilst on the wrong lead behind Launch Control, who did take them gate to wire. And before that, he was beaten only a half length by Alan Turing, who's in sensational form right now. He would come back and run an 86 while finishing second, and then finished second here yesterday. So he looks fantastic. Warmed up well. It's just, once they show they don't break and don't break consistently, they're just a little tough to take. But am I going to be surprised when Stormy Birthday wins? Absolutely not. As we'll move on to Miguel Clement's other horse in here, number 7, King Puck. And, you know, Richie mentioning in that him linking up with the pony, turning sideways. That's not necessarily something he does every time, but he does lack focus. There's been times when he's acted up in the paddock. There's, been times where he's done other silly things when warming up. He just is a horse that, for me, lacks that genuine quality, because last time, he was asked to go forward from the rail. He was in a little bit of a tight spot. He got shuffled back around the turn and then just totally gave it up. So maybe that's why the blinkers do go on today. He's adding a shortcut cheater blinker, as he was also behind Launch Control, who wired the field. He looks good physically, but I just wonder about his overall desire to get things done, as he has been the beaten favorite several times, 4 times in his 6-race career so far. And then, Greg, you mentioned number 3, A-Lister. Best race of his career was back in November, doing this exact thing. He is a smaller horse. I like him sprinting. He's also moving incredibly well out there. These are tough connections to make on paper. Trevor Simpson riding here today, filling in for Christian Mirage, but hey, if you're willing to take a long shot in here, there's a lot of reasons to say that A-Lister could run very well in this spot.
That's a horse whose odds are just way too big. That the success in that turf sprint start is just being completely forgotten and overlooked.
Yeah, but just much like I think that the reason the 9's taking all that money, probably connections here, like Maggie said, just a little bit lower profile.
So, what did you want to mention here?
Well, look at the placement of the gate. Look how much empty space to the inside of the starting gate. They kind of angle down. So there's going to be a crush of horses. And the reason I thought it was interesting to show this, because they're going to angle pretty aggressively down towards the inside. I think that affects horses like the 2 Stormy Birthday even more, because they have a tendency to break a half a step slow. And if everybody is piling over to the left to get to that, inside position, when you have, that much empty space between the starting gate and the rail, I think it just lends itself to a horse like Stormy Birthday getting compromised even more.
That man right there, Flavien Prat, on those light blue and chevron silks of Head of Plains Partners. On Coach Case, the favorite. Most of his mounts, especially what he's done the last few days, are going to make just about everything he's on the favorite, and that's the case here. He's only had 2 mounts today. There he is again. 2 for 2 so far after a historic 7-win day. First time ever on this circuit. 4 wins yesterday, undefeated today. Let's go upstairs for the start of this late Pick 5. Chris Griffin, the call.
Big timer. Going in. Nano Man. Last to load to the outside. Here's Nano Man. Going in. All set. And they're off. Nano Man flew out of the gate from an outside stall, and Nano Man right towards the front is joined. In between horses, Scaramanga. Also hard sent King Puck wants to be in the early fray, and at the rail, that's Stormy Birthday. King Puck has been under the shove here since they sprung the latch, and Scaramanga is going to be a stalking second, but they move quickly. Stormy Birthday is just off of them. Red cap, that's Van Vollenhoven. Just behind them in 5th, that's Love Me a Karen, and at the rail progressing comes A-Lister. is traveling in tandem with Coach Case. From the back, Big Timer's trying to run on. Nanoman broke with the leaders, is now far back towards the back end of the field in the trailer. Master Freud, 21.36 for that pumped up opening quarter mile. At the rail is King Puck. In between horses, Scaramanga. 3 wide, Stormy Birthday. 4 wide, Van Vollenhoven. Coach Case, Flavian Pratt, right in behind them, just drafting, looking for a lane to run through. The rail is wide open for Master Freud, who pushes on through. And Master Freud was last, is now in front. Master Freud, Stormy Birthday, Coach Case is in between rivals, Van Vollenhoven. Master Freud is trying to get there. A final 16th to get. Stormy Birthday up on the outside. Master Freud, Christopher Elliott, a heady ride, and Master Freud gets the win at 12-1. Stormy Birthday, Big Timer, then came Van Vollenhoven and Coach Case in 1 minute 8.42 seconds.
Master Freud, Christopher Elliott, Antonio Arriaga, 2 for 13 on the turf now.
What a nice effort by Master Freud and a tremendous ride by Christopher Elliott, saving ground. It's imperative to success on the turf. He broke from the inside post. He never strayed from that position. And when other horses were working their way to the outside, he said, oh, look at this. I've got enough room to drive a Mack truck through here. And it just made all the difference. The 5 Van Vollenhoven was stuck outside the 2 Stormy Birthday, who angled out going into the turn. So they essentially wound up 4, 5, and then eventually 5 and 6 wide, while the 1 Master Freud, shortest way between 2 points, is on the rail, right? They just saved all of that ground.
Amazing. There was that big of an opening. 4th biggest price on the board to start off this late pick 5 that we talked going in was incredibly difficult. This one I thought really hard to find. 1, 2, 10, 5. Let's go back to the start.
Yeah, and let's just see if the way I anticipated things to happen, you're going to see that everybody's going to kind of see how everybody kind of goes to the left to that empty space. It wasn't as dramatic as it can be. In actuality, the 2 Stormy Birthday actually broke very clean for this horse. This is the best this horse ever got out of the gate. Unfortunately, the rail opened very wide for the 1 Master Freud.
And Christopher Elliott says thank you very much for the assist as this horse rolls on to victory. And Stormy Birthday will check in second at 5-2. Big Timer than Van Vollenhoven for David Duggan.
Yeah, and I really think that Big Timer worked out a decent enough trip, but the 2 Stormy Birthday angling out early, going to the turn, setting up a wide trip, and in turn making Van Vollenhoven even travel wider. And watching the race, well, these horses will flatten out a bit because they're just losing that much ground. But Stormy Birthday ran as good a race as he's ever run for trainer Bobby Robato, and Van Vollenhoven ran well. Just you can't be that wide on the grass for the entirety of a turn.
Master Freud, 12-1 to start this late pick 5. Young Christopher Elliott in the irons for the win. Sees that huge opening on the fence and takes advantage. Prices when we come back.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as we saw a bit of an upset here in race number 6 as Master Freud cuts the corner and on his way to victory for Antonio Arriaga and Christopher Elliott, who delivered that sensational ride. And Chris, a horse that you are familiar with, as you were just telling me, he's lost a bit of his early speed, but at least he's running in the end.
Yeah, you know, he used to show a lot of speed, and like the last 4 or 5 races, he's kind of just been slow out of there, but today I just let him do his thing, and he came rolling. It opened up. It was perfect.
Did you draw it up like that? Like when you're sitting there in the pocket, obviously taking advantage of the one hole, are you just kind of hoping and praying and biding your time that things are going to open for you?
Yeah, you know, that just got to be patient, you know, and I was, and it worked out. It was perfect.
Excellent. Well, you'll be in stakes company a little bit later on in the Stewart Manor aboard Sweet Montreal, who is 2 for 2 in her career. You've been aboard both times. Kind of an overachieving type. She's pulled off some upsets, but talk about her chances today.
You know, I really like the filly. I've been working with her and Mr. Ryerson in the morning. She's continuing to get better and better. She's still, you know, the last 2, I think she was still a little green. She's still figuring things out, but I'm excited to ride her today. I think she's going to show up.
And for you, the journey into journeyman status, how has it been so far?
It's been great. You know, riding with these guys is great. They're the best in the world, you know, I think. And I just learn more and more every day from them, and I'm just glad to be here.
It shows on the racetrack. Really well done. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, Christopher Elliott getting a big win here with Master Freud and a masterful ride, guys.
Of course, pretty famous dad on Smarty Jones, won the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown. What do you think about Christopher's progress that you've seen?
I love what I've seen, the progression. You know, when he got to New York, he, you know, not physically as strong or fit, but you got to ride to get to that zenith, that peak fitness level. He's gotten stronger. He sees a race better. He's smart. You know, if you're riding well, Greg, it's because you're seeing everything in slow motion. Well, rides like this really looks like Chris Elliott is seeing things in slow motion.
1, 2, 10 to start off this very difficult late pick 5, and it does not get easier from here. Let's move on. Race 7, Central Park. 2-year-old mile, a 16th on the turf, and it's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day Spendthrift with the 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Sire this year's Derby at Belmont, Travers winner. Sovereignty, who very likely is going to be your horse of the year. This group, very interesting. So many great storylines here, including Hatfield, who shocked and beat Schwarzenegger, who drifted in the stretch in that debut at Saratoga. 3rd in the Futurity, now will stretch out for the first time.
Yeah, and he followed up that good maiden win against the much heralded Schwarzenegger with a big effort in the Futurity. I think he, more than even his first race, he showed that he's got a certain amount of class, a certain amount of quality to him. So it'll be interesting to see if he's able to stretch out successfully now.
Noble Dynasty, though, for Belmont Jr. Alvarado coming out of the Grade 2. Pilgrim, Botas, who went to the Breeders' Cup. Here's Johnny, who ran great in the Breeders' Cup for Ray Handel. 1-2 in that performance, so he's taking a drop in class for strong connections. Right now, the favorite at 2-1. Had a win at this distance to break his maiden on this turf course back in September as well. Central Park Stakes when we come back.
Wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
The champion 2-year-old.
one of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2, undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
The 2016 Ballerina Grade 1 at Saratoga is my favorite race for a number of reasons. One is the fact that we won it with Have You Gone Away that year, just made it extra special. It's a race with an enormous amount of prestige, and it was our first Grade 1. There's something very special about the Ballerina. I don't know what it is, but the nerves had been building up and building up and building up. Remarkably, probably the time I was at my calmest was on race day.
They're off in the Ballerina.
I loved the post that day, and at this stage you're just hoping that you get a clean trip. We wanted a bit of pace to run at, but on paper there didn't appear to be a lot. So I said to Johnny, just make sure that she breaks cleanly and you get a nice position on the outside. I was hoping that we weren't going too wide around the turn, but Johnny really just stepped on the gas here a little bit, but he was also very careful not to hit the front too soon and not to give away too much ground, he said to me afterwards.
Here's Have You Gone Away on the outside, and she's coming with a rush.
At this point, I still thought we were going to be second, but she just in the last 5 strides got up.
Have You Gone Away has won.
After the race was a bit of a blur, to be honest. I remember the trophy presentation and some of the interviews, and then I remember just trying to digest it all, and I actually struggled a little bit, I have to say. It was an extremely emotional time, and it was also kind of a little bit lonely in that the owners weren't there, Maggie was still working, it was Travers Day, and I went and sat at a stall by myself for hours and hours on end, but just hung out with her. Maggie and I went through a lot with that filly. We owe Have You Gone Away an awful lot, we really do. She was our first flagship horse. God, it still sends shivers down my spine watching that.
Can be lonely at the top when you reach the pinnacle in a Grade 1 win. Big moment at Saratoga for that man right there, Tom Morley. He's got Atfield. Look, this was a big win for this horse because in that debut, I think the most talked about 2-year-old on the grounds on turf was Schwarzenegger. This horse came up the fence, beat him at 23-1, named after someone who was very important to their operation.
Yeah, John Atfield, who had worked with Tom and Maggie for quite a long time. Unfortunately, lost far too young, but nice when you name one in honor of someone. It turns out to be a pretty good one, too.
Let's go to Maggie for more on Atfield and what this horse has meant.
Well, just listening back to that Have You Gone Away piece, I still tear up. That's crazy that can still do that to me 9 years after the fact. I was so heavily pregnant with our first child, and I think if you listen closely, I was standing right underneath the announcer's booth, and you can hear me scream. But yes, Atfield, he's such a character, much like his namesake. So he's going to try to stretch things out here today, but taking a look at horses who are maybe a little bit new to the NYRA circuit here in the Paddock that are kind of centered in the middle of this field, including number 4, Sun Above, for my friend Madison Myers. And I thought he ran an incredibly professional race first time out, and he's kind of giving off that same vibe here in the Paddock. Very calm, very focused, fits incredibly well with this group of stakes horses for his first time against winners, in that he broke maybe a touch slow, but was also cut off significantly unfortunately, by the horse to his outside in number 2, was also disqualified for running erratically in the stretch that day. But he saved ground. He tipped out incredibly wide in the stretch and ran on very well to pull away by a length and a quarter on that occasion. But a horse that I feel as though even getting a little bit more ground to work with from the mile to a mile and a 16th today is going to be well within his wheelhouse. Great coat on him, healthy and a happy horse coming in here from Madison. As we'll move on to number 5, Honey Dutch, who did debut up in Saratoga, but moved to the turf, which has been a much more fruitful move for him, for Whit Beckman. And last time, I mean, he opened up big time. He was nearly able to run them off their feet, while the winner that day at Churchill in the allowance came from well back. So he is a horse that's a bit smaller, a bit handier, has his really nicely well-developed hindquarters. But what I noted in his debut in Saratoga is that he had a really big stride. He's a big mover with a lot of lovely movement. So often that does translate well to the turf. So we'll see. I'm not sure more ground is ultimately going to prove best for him. A horse that has really caught my eye here, and for a trainer who can be incredibly dangerous when she ships horses to New York, especially on the turf, is number 6, Jutland, for Kelsey Danner. Last time out, he finished behind the favorite in that Laurel Futurity. He settled, stalking nicely on the inside early. He couldn't quite get through, while the winner, I believe a Grand Motion horse, got the jump on him, about 3 wide. So he kind of had to wait. Yes, he had the luxury of saving ground, but he wasn't able to make his move when it counted most. But he's a good-looking sort in here, a son of Raging Bull. I have yet to see many of them on the racetrack, but striking because he's that dark bay color with a white face and some white on his legs too, but big, solid, forward in the bridle here. I like his running style. He's tactical and able to kind of go through gears. So I think he could have a big say in the outcome of this Central Park, Greg.
It's shocking price. It cannot stay at 11-1. Jutland is, I thought, maybe the second most likeliest winner, if not the most likeliest in there. So the major Proton has been great. But this horse was just second, beat a length to in a stakes action. Get signed up, play this late pick 4 and a terrific card on Saturday, as well with the Awad on Sunday at Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus right there at NairaBets.com. Noble Dynasty's the favorite. Mott Alvarado. And a horse coming out of the Grade 2 Pilgrim after breaking his maiden at a mile and a 16th back on September 13th. There he is in the background. And let's take a look at his maiden breaking win. What'd you think of it?
I thought it was workmanlike. He was always much closer to the pace than what he was in the Pilgrim. He hit the front and it just kind of kept at it doggedly. Felt like he felt the challenge and he dug in. I didn't see like a big turn of foot. He almost looks a little bit one pace, which I don't think helped him in the Pilgrim, being kind of out of position a little further back. I think the key for him is not that he needs to be on the lead or anything, just to have a better spot early on.
See if he can move forward, and keep in mind, dropping out of pretty tough company. Both those top 2 finishers competed in the Breeders' Cup. Here's Johnny, I believe, he ran 4th for Ray Handel in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf?
Yeah, ran well. I mean, and that horse Stad that won it, he just laid over the field. I mean, he looked like a proper racehorse, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Europeans were incredibly, as we expected, once again, difficult on those turf events. So 2-1 favorite, Noble Dynasty, as we get set for the post parade coming up. Sun Above, so interesting. We showed you, if you watched our coverage earlier, that difficult trip he was able to overcome in his debut, albeit out of town at Laurel, and getting a much sterner test today. But a lot of room to move forward. Honey Dutch going to try and wire this field, you would think, again. Atfield stretching out, and then Beach Ballad. Mike Maker has been one of the hottest trainers in the entire country with the hottest rider. There he is, Flavian Pratt, in the country.
Yeah, and last time Beach Ballad, did he just run off? I mean, he's kind of out of character to see horse open up 5 early on like that.
So here is Atfield, was just third in the grade through futurity sprinting.
On the stretch out, it's interesting. Vekoma gets 17% with turf routers as opposed to 13% with turf sprinters.
Mark Hennig, Javier Castellano, Omaha Storm.
Improved in the second start. It's going to have to improve again.
Here's Noble Dynasty with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, comes out of a tough race. What a royal pedigree, right? Royal Delta being the Grand Dam.
Terrific what this horse overcame in his debut. Totally left and got shut off to be dead last and still win the debut. Here's the 5 Honey Dutch.
I think here's your main speed. Can they get it to settle enough to save a little something?
Jutland was just second, beat a length to Proton and Stakes Company.
And might have been a bit closer, too, if it got a cleaner, smoother run.
Shug McGahee with a maiden who's 0 for 2 likeness.
Yeah, I mean, the mare was a graded stakes winner for Stewart Janney and Shug McGahee. He must be seeing something he likes to put a maiden in a stake for Shug.
And another maiden, but one with some very fast races for Mike Maker and Pratt, Beach Ballad.
Yeah, but what do you get here? You get a filly against boys, and she was ranked last time and ran off. Time before she had no speed. What do you get today? I'm a little bit puzzled by what style she might employ.
Pick 4. Starts here coming up. Honey Dutch, the 5. Wire to field 2 back. Tried to do it again. Just got caught late after going maybe a little too fast last start. Let's go down to Maggie for more.
Yeah, that's true. Here with trainer Whit Beckman, who lining up for a big weekend here. And your horse, we were just discussing, Honey Dutch, taking a lot of money, putting Ben Curtis on for the first time today. The one thing we know about Ben Curtis is that he's incredibly good when on the front end.
Yeah, this horse, you know, he kind of ended up on the front end of Kentucky Downs, and the same tactic played out at Churchill. I don't know if he needs to be. I think with Ben, just wherever he settles, I think that's the most important thing at this point. Get him to prick his ears, switch off a little bit, and hopefully kick like he did last time, but maybe a little later.
I was going to say, he did open up. It looked as though he was home free. Bit of a heartbreaker in the end. But tomorrow in the Mother Goose, you'll send out Drexel Hill, who coming off of a layoff, but her early 3-year-old form was very good.
Yeah, she's done nothing wrong in her 3-year-old year. The second in the Oaks was the, crowning jewel. But we needed a little bit of layoff. It's not ideal with some of the circumstances, but at the same time, it's against 3-year-olds. It's New York. It's a great place to run. To come back, it's a great race. So we're just happy to see her, get her back, and see what their 4-year-old year is going to bring.
Why not ideal circumstances?
I don't know. It's just a mile and an eighth. This track can be a little deep and tiring. We know it is, but she has run well on it, so you kind of bounce it all out. So it's just, the depth and the tiredness of this is going to be tough for a horse that hasn't had any races in the last 6 months.
I got faith in you. You have it ready.
Thank you.
Well, best of luck here, and thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
All right, Whit Beckman here, sending out Honey Dutch. We'll see. He doesn't have to have the lead, as Whit said, guys.
Yeah, can't wait to see runner-up in the Kentucky Oaks Drexel Hill tomorrow. Long layoff to overcome in that Mother Goose. And then here, a major player, obviously, with Honey Dutch. And this is the lead this one had. First time in against winners at Churchill Downs, was at one point up 7 lengths. Gets run down.
One of the worst feelings for a rider is to have a clear, open length lead like this and get nailed. You're always going to second guess yourself. Could have I saved a bit more? Could have I waited a bit longer? The shorter the margin of defeat, the more second guessing involved.
Oh, just gets nailed by a head in the end. But we'll see. That was Florence Giroux, obviously a new rider on board today who's probably studied that race and saw what happened. And you adjust from there. What do you need to adjust?
I think it's got to be really quiet. I don't think you want to completely try to reverse a horse's style in one race, but kind of what Whit Beckman just said, right? Wherever the horse finds himself, whether it's in front, second, third, fourth, as long as they're settled, they're using their energy more efficiently. He is by Nick's Go. Nick's Go was good when he was allowed to kind of ramble free, right, and set faster fractions than you would normally see.
Looks like someone lost some equipment out there on the racetrack. I'm not sure what it was. See if the Outriders can catch up to that. Let's go back to Sun Above. We talked about this. For those of you who have not seen it, we showed it a little bit earlier on our coverage, what this horse overcame in his debut. Mile on the turf in Maryland at Laurel Park from post 1. Watch what happens out of the gate with Sun Above.
Yeah, he breaks slow and he ducks in, and then the 2 ducks in even further. So in actuality, I don't think he was shut off by the 2. I think he kind of created a lot of his own problem early
But then it
on.
got worse.
But
Yeah.
of course, right? I'm certainly not belittling the trouble. Now, look at this eye-catching move he makes. He angles out to the clear, about the 5 or 6 path, and he just keeps coming with a relentless run. If he had run up there and maybe flattened out a touch, finished 2nd or 3rd, you'd say, wow, this is an exciting prospect. The fact that he continued on and won the race, I mean, that speaks volumes for the race this horse ran. I'm a little bit unsure of exactly what kind of race he's coming out of, but you can't deny it was impressive the way he overcame adversity.
And yeah, if there's a forward move, if he can break clean, who knows what we can get. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, guys, the wind has actually really picked up here. So for the most part, while it's a little bit of a crosswind, they're mainly running into a headwind down the stretch, tailwind on the backside here. So keep that in mind, you know, thinking about fractions and whatnot. But let's talk about number 3, your favorite in here, Noble Dynasty. I've been a fan of his ever since he began his career, a royal pedigree, to say the least. As, you know, last time, you know, Andy brought it up earlier that he was coming back off a fairly quick turnaround, and he did. He ran a bit flat. He didn't have the same, you know, tactical speed that he had in his first 2 starts. And yeah, he had to wait a little bit of a while to make a move because he ran into a wall of horses down the stretch, but he did pick up some pieces late there. He does look more fit than what I've ever seen from him, and in the warm-up, Junior Alvarado kept him moving. So I would think that they'll go back to the tactics that worked well for them in his first 2 starts here. So with, you know, a month between races now, hopefully Noble Dynasty can work his magic here, Greg.
See what happens as they load up for this Central Park 9-5 favorite about to load. There is the 3, Noble Dynasty. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado. They teamed up with a win with Silla in the distaff, Mott's only runner, helping overcome some of that disappointment of not having Sovereignty be able to compete in the Classic. Probably done enough still to be Horse of the Year in your mind?
Yeah, I think that with Forever Young winning the Classic, I think it actually benefited Sovereignty.
Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old race of the day, Central Park. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Atfield has speed at the rail. Jutland in the early mix too. Just getting squeezed for room was Noble Dynasty, Omaha Storm. They back off. Honey Dutch is now a neck in front of Jutland, right to the outside, stalking from 2nd. Atfield tightly at the rail in 3rd. Joining them comes Likeness is in 4th. Omaha Storm, a little keen, wants to go, is in the 5th position with Noble Dynasty, now a well-settled 6th. Just behind them, the 2 trailers. That's Sun Above and Beach Ballad. They work around this turn, just having to steady there towards the back end with Sun Above. Had some trouble, is now the trailer. On the front end, Honey Dutch. Honey Dutch is in front, 24.25 for that opening quarter mile. Jutland watching the action here from 2nd. Atfield's had a nice journey so far, is at the rail in 3rd for Santana. Moving forward is Likeness, center of the course from 4th, and at the rail comes Omaha Storm and Castellano in 5th. Right there in 6th, Beach Ballad has made up some room. Noble Dynasty is 2nd to last, and after the trouble on that turn, Sun Above is the trailer. 49.58 for the half-mile time in the Central Park, and the leader is Honey Dutch. Honey Dutch doing it nicely for Ben Curtis, is still up by 3/4 of a length. Jutland is now ready to challenge towards the outside from 2nd. Here's a quick move from Beach Ballad. Beach Ballad on the move from 3rd, and at the rail, Atfield is now shoved along looking for room. They're getting set to reach the top of the lane. Ben Curtis has not asked Honey Dutch yet. Now gives the cue, and Honey Dutch is now moving right along here. It's Honey Dutch who's at the top of the lane and opening up here by a length and a half. Atfield wants off the rail to chase this leader. Here comes Atfield, who's now lifting. Atfield, Noble Dynasty, grandstand side is also lifting big. Here comes Noble Dynasty. Atfield's taking the lead. Atfield's in front. Atfield will win the Central Park. Noble Dynasty up for 2nd. Then came Honey Dutch for 3rd and a photo for 4th. The woman at 43.87 seconds.
At field, Tom Morley Barn, Ricardo Santana Jr., 2 sprints, first time stretching out the win in the Central Park.
At field was very good. Great job by Tom Morley to have this horse ready on the stretch out, third start, stretching out. And Ricardo Santana delivered a absolutely picture-perfect ride from that post 1. Save every inch of ground. You don't have to find that position. You're there. He was patient. One right in here, one anxious moment. He's got to try to get out and around the 5 Honey Dutch. Wanted to lug in a touch right there, but Ricardo was able to extricate him, find the gap. Did come out into the, tiring number 6 Jutland, but tremendous ride, tremendous effort by Atfield. First time on the stretch out.
1-3-5 finish, 7-2 on your winner here. And let's take a look at the head-on.
Yeah, you see right there, he kind of angled out. Did a little bit of an accordion effect there, but looked fairly clean enough to me when he came out from behind the leader. For a race that looked like there was some serious pace signed on, there was absolutely no pace on whatsoever, Greg. And that makes Noble Dynasty's effort even bigger because he was way, way back. Kind of lost his speed that he showed early in his first 2 starts and kept coming. But Atfield, this is a big effort.
First time going beyond 6 furlongs, so 2 turns, mile and a 16th. And he responds with the added distance. And as of yet, nothing flashing on the board.
Yeah, I don't think it was enough. I mean, he did have to come out of the spot, and the 6 Jutland had to kind of take a step sideways with him. But honestly, that's turf racing. More rubbing than any kind of foul. Just a little brushing going on.
Tom Morley, we saw how emotional he got in that piece with the first grade 1 of his career. This one's got to feel pretty good too.
It's got to feel great, particularly when you name a horse for somebody that meant so much to you over a number of years, an integral part of the fabric of the barn, and Atfield gets it done. This was a big effort. This is a nice horse.
Dead heat for 4th, by the way. 1-3-5 and 6 and 8. Dead heat for 4th. So yeah, extra special to someone who worked for this outfit, passed away way too early, was so special to them. Gonna be incredibly emotional. Atfield in the Central Park with a win.
Folsom from last to first in the Met win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom has taken the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Central Park in the books. And it goes to Atfield, who we saw with a brilliant debut this summer at Saratoga, just third in the Grade 3 Futurity, and now going long for the first time. Central Park winner for Tom Morley.
Beautiful trip on the stretch out, and that's kind of a classic, right? 2 sprints before you finally stretch to the 2 turns, and a terrific training job and a terrific ride.
Ricardo Santana Jr. on board for the win in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. $9.64. Atfield, your winner. Let's go to Maggie.
Oh, please be joined by part of the ownership of Atfield. To my left, Bob Scavetta, and to my right, Mike Ianconi. And guys, of Rainbow's End, I should say. First of all, I have to thank both of you for naming this horse after the late John Atfield.
It was our absolute pleasure. We knew John, we knew how important he was to you and Tom, and just so happy to do it, Maggie. So happy to do it. And I even wore orange today.
You did. John was known for his flamboyant style. But Mike, too, you know, you've been with Tom and exclusively with Tom for what? We celebrated our 10th year
anniversary. You know, we started with Tom, you know, and it was the best choice of all. And thanks to, it's become a big family, and we got a great team, 40 some odd partners, and you know, it took a while to get going, but it's our big first stakes win. So just a great day, very special day.
And two, you know, Atfield gave us the thrill of a lifetime up in Saratoga, and now he's a stakes winner. You said that you gave Tom the saddle towel from the last race, in the oh my gosh, the
Futurity.
Thank you, the Futurity. I was thinking Pilgrim. And he was like, I don't think I should hang this yet, but now he can.
I think he can. I think he can with confidence. I didn't think there'd be a bigger thrill than August 29th when he won at first asking, and there wasn't a dry eye in the paddock nor in Westchester. But this, our first stakes win, to do it with Atfield, it's a dream. And it's, you know, a tribute to Tom, the team at Morley Racing, a tip of the hat quickly to Oracle Bloodstock for all the time and effort they put in identifying the horses. We've got a wonderful crop of 2- and 3-year-olds. We're excited about the yearlings that we just got, and it truly is, as Mike said, a team effort. We couldn't be more excited about now and going forward.
Well, I thank you guys so much because you guys have the biggest hearts that I know. You give back to the racing community quite frequently, so for that, I thank you. And thank you again for naming this one Atfield.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you.
Very emotional win here, guys. Could not be happier that Johnny, the 4-legged one, gets the win today.
A lot of pressure when, as you said, when you name a horse after someone who's very important to you. And this horse is now delivering some very special moments for these connections.
Absolutely. You can see the emotion so evident. It doesn't always work out. You know, name horses for people is a tricky thing. But you might like one as a young horse. They don't fully develop. Well, it's nice that this one continued to improve, develop, and go forward. And Atfield gets the money. And I like that he wore the orange because John Atfield would wear some pretty snazzy-looking, colorful suits.
He stood out, yeah, especially at Saratoga in the paddock, no question. Atfield with the victory. There's the Silks of Rainbow's End Racing Stable. 7-2 on your winner, and yes, now a stakes winner of the Central Park. Atfield, this 2-year-old son of Vacoma. So good for Tom Morley, Maggie and company, and all these connections for this win. We move on to race 8, 1-turn mile with a big scratch, golden plate coming out. That's big in here. Condition $30,000 claiming race. This race wide open, but right now a lot of money on Joe Sharp's Who's the King. Many with a chance in this race, including a rider on one who's double-digit odds, who we'll tell you more about now. For young jockey Luis Rivera Jr., racing runs in the family. His father and godfather, both longtime riders with more than 5,000 winners combined, have been his mentors from day one. Rivera continues to lean on them for advice almost every race, drawing on their experience as he carves out his own path in the toughest circuit in the game.
That's the only thing I ever wanted to do in my life. So I think since Since I was a kid, since I was like 10 years old, I was, just wanting to be a jockey.
Jockey Luis Rivera Jr. got his start at a young age where he attended jockey school in Puerto Rico.
It was a nice experience because you get to start all the way from the bottom to the top, like from walking horses all the way to breezing horses. And it showed you a bunch of stuff with the game. Being from a country that has like a lot of good riders, it makes you feel awesome, being part of the leagues of jockeys, My whole life, I always wanted to come to the United States. No matter what track I'll be riding in, I just wanted to come to the United States to ride. Since I started watching racing, since I was young, my whole life I was aiming, to be here.
Can Lady Milagro get there? A 16th to go. It's Lady Milagro. She's still up by 2.5. Lady Milagro at 51-1. Lady Milagro, Luis Rivera Jr. pumps his fist. 51-1 shot in the autumn days.
As soon as I passed the wire, it was the greatest feeling of my life because winning a stake is another feeling than winning any other race. Right after the wire, whenever I stopped the horse, I took a moment just to look at the sky and thank God because, man, it was a long way to get here, and it felt awesome.
Rivera Jr.'s dream was to be a jockey at a young age, and he had some strong jockey role models to learn from.
I grew up next to the track, and my dad was a jockey, but every single day after the races, he called me because, he rides from Monday to Thursday. So whenever I'm riding, he's free, and the only thing he's doing is watching my races. And after every race, he texts me, oh, you did this good, you did this bad. He always trying to teach me how to be a better jockey after every single race. The best feeling is riding with your dad. No matter if you got the worst horse in the race, it's another feeling to ride with him. That was the best thing in racing. I have won stakes, I have won a lot of races, but I just want to beat him. That's all. I just want to beat and show him who's the best. I already knew this is what I wanted to do since I was a kid. So I know this is my passion. I can't imagine being more than a month without riding horses. This is what I really like. I really like the adrenaline whenever the gates open. I like the adrenaline during the race. I like the adrenaline in the turf races whenever you're swerving in and out horses. Is another feeling. Maybe I haven't achieved all my goals, but at least I made it. One of my goals since I was a kid was to become a jockey, and right now I'm living out of it, so it feels great. It feels amazing.
Calls dad, he says, after just about every single race to check in, get advice, and great to be able to share it with someone who's done it as well.
Somebody who's done it, and they're not going to steer you wrong, right? You may take some criticism, but it's only to make you better. And what a great resource. It's hard to relate unless you've actually been out there and understood the pressure of this job and the nuances, the little things that you need to do consistently to be a top rider.
What do you think of his chances in this race? I thought Confabulation, he'll be on the 5 here for Michelle Nevin, had some interesting things going on.
Now, this horse is moving up in company from the non-winners of 3 and a Life 17-5, right? But look at the internal fractions of that race. I mean, he was involved, and they went 22-4 the second quarter, and he fought all the way to the wire. I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of speed signed on here. There is a situation here that Confabulation could get kind of comfortable on the lead.
12-1 right now on Rivera's mount, the 5 in this competitive 8th race. We're approaching the 11-minute mark to post parade when we come back from a break on our Friday coverage.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
the 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you by Hillandale at Alapa. As we get set for race 8 on the card, approaching the 8-minute mark to post this conditioned $30,000 claiming race. 3-year-olds and up, 1-turn mile, and who's the king? 6-1 morning line. Joe Sharp, New Gelding, opens up as the 5-2 favorite in this competitive group. Ricardo Santana Jr. will ride for the Joe Sharp barn. Back with us now. Let's welcome back in Acacia Clement. Good to see you again.
Hey, Greg, good to see you. And I'll pick up where you left off with Who's the King, because on paper, I had been interested in this horse, namely because he is a New Gelding, and he's a horse that was claimed by Joe Sharp 2-back. So now, second time in the Joe Sharp barn, and he ran fine last time out, finishing 4th when pressing the pace setter. He was right there before flattening, but has been gelded, as mentioned, coming back. This is a horse that when I saw him this summer in Saratoga, when he won on a big drop in class going down to the $17,500 level. He was pretty rambunctious in the paddock prior to the race. He was a little bit all over the place. He was a big, good-looking individual. Gelding has lightened him up quite a bit, and he's also very quiet and relaxed here in the paddock. I wasn't in the paddock for his last race, but looking at him here today, he looks excellent. Always been a horse that's very good in his coat, and I've noticed since moving to Joe's barn, they've added a shadow roll onto him, that piece of fleece over the nose band, as he is a horse that, at least previously, earlier on in his career, would get quite rank and kind of be throwing his head around too, not only for his demeanor prior to the race, but for his handiness and the way he responds to his rider during the race. I think the gelding's going to make a big difference for him, and a horse that I think has some natural speed and well posted in this spot. Now looking at number 8, Frizzante, who faced Who's the King in a previous race. This was 2-back for Frizzante. Last time out was very disappointing, but I think he was stepping up and facing better that afternoon. He's going back out down to the level at which Fernando Abreu claimed him. Not easy to claim off of Brad Cox, but I do think this is a more realistic spot for him to be able to show one of his better efforts, and he certainly has fast enough races on the go back. I will say he is a horse that's always very quiet prior to his races. He has been clipped, which you sometimes will see at this time of year as horses do start to get a little bit longer in their coat, often leaving just the extremities, their legs, or maybe part of their hindquarters so that they don't get too sweaty under where the tack is or where they typically will get warm. But he is one that has held his weight very well going into the second half of this year. And I think that this is just a better spot for him. He will be one to come running late. Manny Franco climbing aboard as well, as he is a horse that he knows quite well. The number 6, Choose a Crowd, to me is a bit of a wild card. He and a couple of others in here, I think, have some dirtied up form with the potential to try to get back on track. And Choose a Crowd came back off of a 9-month layoff, and he just didn't run a step last time out at Colonial, and he never really looked like he was asked at any point in that race either. Now, that being said, before the layoff, he'd run 2 very disappointing races, albeit against tougher company. But this is him in for the maiden claiming tag. He did break his maiden once upon a time for $30,000. I think a drop in class, second off of a layoff. He's a big horse. He is one that I think maybe I've seen in the past look a bit better altogether, but looks fit enough coming back here, and we'll see if that that last race, even though he didn't do much in it, will help to set him up. One that I just thought was a bit of a new face in this group, not having really been exposed much against these lower level type of races, Greg.
Very interesting horse and a huge work. That Bullet, quickest of 41, October 19th, at Monmouth, you see. And I have no idea if it was a good work or not, but it was the fastest of the morning. And you got to think that comeback race, that was just maybe to get a race in him.
Yeah, I mean, listen, as horses get older, too, much like people, it just takes a little bit more effort, a little bit more time to get back to optimum fitness level. So I do like the fact that this horse, off an extended layoff, has the race under his belt, and then comes back with that Bullet work. Kind of tells you they came out of the race in good enough order.
Riders up. You see Javier Castellano jumping aboard Two's a Crowd for Derek Ryan. It's a difficult race. The 8 has become your favorite. Frizzante, with that, if he can run back to that 2 or 3 starts back, he's going to be incredibly tough to beat.
No doubt. My one issue with Frizzante, who is a absolute major player as your favorite, 2 wins, 10 seconds. That becomes problematic to me because it makes me feel like they don't want to pass.
Here's Lou. Lou just finished ahead of and beat Frizzante back on September 13th.
Yeah, and a 3 in a life, a little bit easier spot. This is a little bit tougher.
Neon Bordeaux has some room to move forward, coming back second off a layoff.
Yeah, nice effort last time. Does have to move a little bit forward.
This one can move forward too. Scat to tap for Antonio Arriaga, who's already won today.
Very interested in this horse, dropping back to the $30,000 level.
Luis Rivera Jr. showed you the feature. There he is on the 5.
Has speed, and last time got caught up in a pretty fast pace.
Two's a Crowd, second back off about 10 months away.
Well, had a race to shake that ring rust off and has races good enough to be competitive.
And facing a lot tougher for the most part. Unbroken Chain, interesting 3-year-old who seems to be getting better, but has been facing a little bit easier.
Yeah, but has kind of been in good form. Last couple races, give this horse a puncher's chance.
Frizzante, your 3-1 favorite with Manny Franco.
I just can't get past that 2 wins, 10 seconds. And a couple of those races look like had to win and then snatched a defeat out of the jaws of victory.
Who's the King opened as the favorite. New gelding here for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, and I like what Acacia said about him lightening up. That's one of the byproducts of a horse being gelded. Helps him stay sounder, too.
And a huge long shot outside for Rudy Rodriguez, Solo Empire.
Could add some speed to this party here, particularly with Ruben Silvera. You know, one thing you have to do, you have to handicap not only the horses, but their jockeys and their tendencies. And one thing that Ruben Silvera has consistently shown is to be aggressive. Horses show more speed with Ruben Silvera.
3 minutes away from this 8th coming up. You're playing with Naira Bets. Get this 10% Exacta bonus today. On Exacta's at Churchill. Opt in, NairaBets.com. Take advantage. Any extra amount in your account, it helps. That 10% Exacta bonus from Churchill today. But you got to opt in to take advantage. Favorite continues to be Frizzante, but yeah, as Mig mentioned, a lot of runner-ups. 10 times second in 24 starts, just 2 for 24 lifetime. Let's go back to October 9th, 2 starts back, and another case where he actually took the lead in this race in a mile and an 1/8. Wound up second again.
Doesn't it feel like this horse hits the front and feels like his job's over? He just kind of, okay, I did what you wanted me to do. I got up here alongside everybody. Now I'm by myself. Where's my company? This is a horse that wants to run with horses and not as much against horses, or past horses, if you will. Looks great on the track. I tell you, Fernando Abreu, yes, comes from a great barn. Brad Cox, tough to improve off of. Fernando Abreu was a longtime assistant trainer to Alan Jerkins. I think he basically learned at the foot of the master.
Yes, he did. 3-1 on Frizzante here. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I have so much respect for Fernando as a horseman. And Frizzante took a little bit of time to get going, but he leveled out really nicely and has been kept moving out there on the track. As the number 4, as you guys mentioned, Scat to Tap, kind of a similar look to the number 6, Two's a Crowd, in that he's second off of a layoff. And this horse, last time out, Did no running once again, but I think he's better when he can be forward. And Jose Lezcano has been revving his engines out there. He's another one that he has kept moving. He framed up really nicely. And, you know, we talk about these warm-ups. Sometimes it doesn't necessarily immediately speak to who's going to show more speed or who's going to be quicker, but I think sometimes it can lead you to a jockey's intention. And it looks to me like Jose Lezcano wants to make sure that Scat 2 Tap can at least get himself into the race a little bit more. Now it's interesting, came into the paddock without a noseband, and they went in and in the paddock and at the starting gate as well. There's always all kinds of extra equipment if something breaks or something's misplaced or not brought over as the horse is meant to wear, being that the paddock judge has specific notes on all the equipment, and they put a figure 8 back on him. So that's why his bridle is 2 different colors, so making sure that he has the proper equipment out there. But he does look very fit. Now second off of the layoff. The number 3 Neon Bordeaux was a horse that I did not like on paper. I have to say, this horse looked best from a physical perspective down here in the paddock and out on the track. He's a big boy, but he takes up a lot of space in the gate, and I think that's sometimes why we see him just not get out well from the blocks at the start. Last time out, he actually broke pretty well, though he was off pace, but for his standards, and I think Junior Alvarado knows him well, he's now second off the layoff too, and I think has really moved forward with that start under his belt, Greg.
Well, price getting shorter as Acacia does that report on Frizzante down to 5-2 right now.
Listen, I think you look at this horse's Buyer's speed figures and just how competitive he is, and particularly for the $30,000 level. Absolutely understand why this horse is favored. My concern is you accumulate that many more seconds than wins. It usually has more to do with the horse not having that killer instinct, right? Not wanting to be the herd leader.
And we just, a moment ago, we're showing the 3, Neon Bordeaux. A little bit, I think, the same kind of situation with Scat to Tap. Both were off since late April. Neon Bordeaux, the 3, came back in early October and won, but certainly could move forward, and it's probably going to need to a little bit, but should move forward off that. 4-year-old is fairly lightly raced.
Definitely could move forward. I just thought Scat to Tap had some faster races to go back to. It might be easier for that horse to get back to a better
no question
kind of race.
He does. We are set for the 8th. Chris Griffin, the call.
And they're off. Unbroken Chain breaks with early speed, and on the far outside, there comes Solo Empire in the early mix too. Confabulation is joining them towards the inside, as now it's a battle on for the front end. Also moving on through is Two's a Crowd to join them, now 3 across the track as they come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch. The leader is Two's a Crowd. Two's a Crowd. Center of the racetrack has plenty of pressure. Solo Empire's joining them 4 wide. 3 wide there is going to be Unbroken Chain. At the rail, Confabulation. Nice journey for Who's the King is drafting right in behind this leading quartet through a 22.42 opening quarter mile. Big gap, 6 lengths. Back to Frizzante, who's trying to rally on there from Manny Franco. The back end of the field comes the trailers, Scat to Tap, Neon Bordeaux, and also Lou. Less than a half mile to go. They work into the far turn, 44.70. That posted half mile time, and they still go at it up front. Confabulation starts to lose some ground. Two's a Crowd in between horses. Unbroken Chain is 3 wide. Who's the King was watching that early paces, moving towards the outside. Frizzante's on a big move too, as the closers are coming for those leaders. Right now it's Unbroken Chain in front, but for how long? 6 of them across the racetrack here as they reach the top of the stretch. Who's the King is battling on. Frizzante from far out of it. Lou is looking for a way to run through. Neon Bordeaux has got late momentum. Complexion completely changes as a pace meltdown up front. Frizzante's in front. Neon Bordeaux with every stride up on the outside. They're well on the far outside of the track. Neon Bordeaux puts a neck in front. Neon Bordeaux won it. Frizzante's second, then came Unbroken Chain and Scat to Tap in 1 minute 36.26 seconds.
Neon Bordeaux. Incredible how fast that group went early on to the half, especially 44-3.
Well, you want to talk about a contested and fast pace. There were 4 horses on top of each other. They were moving along. You knew that they had to come back or slow down at some point. And Frizzante made that big, wide, bold move, hit the front, and was waiting for someone to come get him, and it was Neon Bordeaux who got very high marks from Acacia from the physical standpoint. I know a horse that you liked a bit with that race under his belt. Got a great trip under Junior Alvarado.
Oh, got a great setup, too.
Great setup, great trip. Yeah, I mean, they just went so fast. Listen, at the end of the day, Frazzanti probably moved a bit premature and a bit too aggressive, particularly a horse that looks like he wants to wait on horses when he hits the front, but take nothing away from the winner, Neon Bordeaux. Very good for Rick Dutrow, and Junior Alvarado's just ridden so well the entire year, and if I'm not mistaken, that's Junior's 100th victory this year.
Well done, Junior. What a year he's had, including Scylla in the distaff. Neon Bordeaux, second off a lengthy layoff for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn with the win.
You see him go to change his crop back from his left hand to his right hand. He dropped the crop and his rein. The race was over, but he did drop both.
Neon Bordeaux the win, and it'll be going back to the Dutrow barn. 7, 8, and 9 all claimed out of this race. One more look at it. Here's Junior on the 3. There's the crop in the right hand.
Oh. There goes the crop. There goes the rain. Now he's getting the rain again.
I'll have time to pick it up in a moment. We'll be back.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid today, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 now $1,600,000. Thank you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we see Neon Bordeaux head into the winner's circle, and I'm pleased to be joined by his rider, Junior Alvarado. As Junior, I know you got maybe a little tangled there in the stretch, but it seemed that he still had the best momentum no matter what.
Yeah, I was very surprised in the backside. Last time he was kind of, forwardly placed, and this time we get out of there. I asked him to go forward, and we find ourselves way too far back, so I was like, well, maybe plan B. And, but I guess they were, moving along pretty quick, and, they're kind of coming back at the end, and he was, running pretty strong at the end at the same time. So, he was just, good today.
He's such a big horse. I always find like he kind of almost takes up a lot of space in the gate, leading him to be off slow. And as you mentioned, broke well off the layoff last time. What do you do when your horse kind of totally abandons the plan that you have for that race?
You know, just get many races. You know, it happens all the times, and you just got to figure out what you feel underneath you, and try to do whatever it makes the horse feels comfortable for you to get the best of them. And I think that's what I did today. You know, since I was so far back, you know, but he was doing it, you know, his way, so I didn't want to rush him off his feet and just let it settle, and you know, hoping for a strong run at the end, and he did that.
This was 100 wins on the year for you. You actually didn't even know about that milestone, but you said you're sure your dad will know as he follows everything.
Yeah, he keeps counting every win, every time I'm close to 2,300 or 2,200. I don't know what is it right now, but he's the one keeping tag on that.
I love it. Well, congratulations. Here's to many more.
Thank you.
Greg?
Incredible year he's had. The run with Sovereignty, that's win on Scylla in the distaff. And he just continued to produce main man for Bill Mott, and the wins here for Rick Dutrow Jr.
Yeah, and the thing about me with Junior Alvarado is just consistency. You don't get a horrifying bad ride from Junior and then a great, brilliant ride. You consistently get good professional race rides. He's strong, he's a good finisher, he's smart. And I think the relationship he's forged with Bill Mott has just helped his confidence grow so much. To just know that you can get it done on the world or international stages, which Junior's been doing consistently.
$10.42 for the win. Neon Bordeaux Frizzante, yet another runner-up finish for the 11th time in 25 career starts. As we move on to the Stewart Manor, 2-year-old fillies sprinting 6 furlongs on the grass. Should have Wesley Ward, right now 2-1 favorite, who stumbled out of the gate, rushed up to the front in the Grade 3 Matron, wound up third, beaten only a length. Impressive effort considering the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely, right? And despite, you know, the rocky beginning to come finishing, closing, and that's what you want to see. Horse that can take a punch and not just throw a punch.
Meanwhile, Beach Heist, impressive first time out of Keeneland. That was going 5.5 furlongs, trained by the man we're going to tell you more about now, Will Walden, proving that second chances can lead to something very special. Once battling addiction, he has turned his life around, and now he's making his mark at the highest level of the sport. This story is about redemption, determination, and finding your true purpose both on and off the track.
When I walked through the doors of Stable Recovery for the last time, I was done. Like, I was so beaten and broken as a man that I pulled out the white flag, and I mean, I waved it.
Unfortunately, it takes a level of pain for people to become willing to do the things to learn how to stay sober. And he called me, and literally the only 2 words out of his mouth were, "I'm ready."
The journey to sobriety is not an easy one.
No, it's not. It's a road paved with a bunch of potholes. Stable Recovery. It's really just subtly introduce him to the healing powers of the horse. That horse never looks you in the eye and judges you for the past you have or what you've done. It touches the soul in a way that very few things can, and it's really cool to watch that light bulb go off.
Will's success is something that I knew he was capable of years ago. He didn't know he was capable of that. He has always gone out of his way to try to help people that are suffering.
These guys, a lot of them have been through Stable Recovery. The thing about this barn is, you know, obviously with me in recovery, these guys feel safe. They know I'm going to hold them accountable. If I see you slipping, we're going to sit down and we're going to have a one-on-one and we're going to talk about it. And also at the same time, we can help build each other up. It's an ongoing thing. You got to get to that bottom. And I did. And, you know, just blessed we're on the road we're on now.
Well, great story how he's turned his life around, but not just that. Now he's trying to help others who are in that same situation. He's winning at the highest level now in this sport. Rhetorical ran very good in the Breeders' Cup Mile. A Grade 1 winner, New York bred stakes winner this summer to Grade 1 winner.
Yeah, I mean, a really, really remarkable story. And I think that's the most important part of the story that really needs to be accentuated is how he goes above and beyond, trying to help other people that might be struggling with some of the same things that he did, and try to help them avoid some of the pitfalls that he did. But not only did he get his life straightened out, right the ship, but excelling as a horseman. And you think about the Walden name in racing over the years. I mean, it's a very, very influential and strong name in racing, and now he's carrying on that tradition. And I think it's a really cool story.
He is a major contender in this race coming up in this Stewart Manor, too. Beach Ice, pretty good first time out. Dominant performance at Keeneland at 5.5 furlongs on the turf. There she is. This will be start number 2 in her stakes debut. Coming up, Nick Juarez was aboard first time out. He's back aboard today. We'll have more on the Stewart Manor when we come back.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
$270,000 in the back. $250,000.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
It is still Illegal Smile with the lead. Honey Pants is all out in second. And Lexinator is next in third as they pass the 8th pole. Illegal Smile trying to take them wire to wire. Honey Pants runs in second. It is Illegal Smile, and she is going to do it here by a little more than a length.
Wesley Ward, Illegal Smile. This was in the Stewart Manor back in 2020. Christian Torres aboard for the win in New York.
Yeah, Christian Torres getting it done. Wesley Ward, an equal opportunity lender, right? He puts all different people on his horses and gets it done. And always good with turf sprinters. And he's got a big shot here as well with the one Should've, who is right now your favorite.
Well, this time around, Wesley Ward's going to try and do it with Should've. Speed from the rail did not break well last start and then was rushed up because this is a filly who has to be in front. That certainly cost her. Still hung in there to finish third, beat just a length in the Grade 3 Matron. But there is some other pace in the race.
Particularly the 4, Beach Ice. I mean, first time out, go 21 flat, 44-2 at Keeneland, and powered home. Got a big buyer speed figure. Will Walden brings Nick Juarez in for the mount, who did ride this horse on debut. It's a very interesting race.
Let's go to Acacia.
I thought this was a super competitive race, and there are some really fast fillies in here. And starting with your current favorite in Should've to the rail, she was on the also eligible list in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. So opting, instead of trying to draw into the race, to reroute and point to this spot, which I think is a good spot for her because, yes, she did break slowly last time out, kind of the atypical Wesley Ward when she stumbled and then had to rush up. But she was very quick first time out, though not immediately from the gate. She strikes me as the type of horse that it's not immediately when the gate opens. It takes her a couple strides to get up to the lead. So the rail is a little bit of an adventure for her, given how she does run. She is more settled today than she was last time before the matron, though I certainly will give her that. Very athletic, very fit once again. She's sharp, but not doing too much. Like I said, I think mentally she's starting to put it all together, and she does have some good size to her. I just am a touch concerned because she obviously is quick. She has speed like a typical Wesley Ward, but she is not the fastest immediately out of the gate, and we'll see if that does change today. The number 4, Beach Heist, she was pretty quick out of the gate, and she was urged hard right from the beginning by Nick Juarez in that debut race. And she's not the smoothest moving type of filly, but she has a very fast, quick kind of stride to her, and she was able to extend, and she went fast early and fast late in that debut race at Keeneland. So since then, training over at Turfway, coming into here, I thought it was interesting that she was actually cross-entered in a dirt stake at Laurel tomorrow, but opting to stay here. I can kind of see it. I could see maybe wanting to try her on the main track, given how she's put together, but she's very athletic, and I like her sticking on the grass. It's known entity for what she was able to do first time out. We will see if she will be quick once again early, and if she'll have some company, especially with the likes of Should've to her inside and a couple of other fast horses. I think some of the most intriguing runners in this race, though, are the ones cutting back in distance, and starting with the 8, Lit Ship, as she did run very well on debut at Saratoga, though green, shying and reacting to the crop that day, probably costing her the race, in all honesty, as Quiet Street came up her inside to get the win that day, would go on to win a stake in the Untappable at Kentucky Downs in her subsequent start, and Lit Ship would break her maiden sprinting, wiring the field. So she was obviously much more professional, and then when stretching out last time in the Jessamine, I didn't even think that she ran that badly. She has been accompanied by the pony throughout every step here. It's my first time being in the paddock for one of her races, but given how she was green and how she reacted first time out, and all the steps that they're taking, cotton in the ears with the pony in the paddock, trying to keep her settled. She can be a little bit of a nervous type. So given that she's high energy and that she's midshipman and the way she's put together, I love the cutback for her. Much more of a sprint demeanor, really powerful hindquarters, super coat on her. I think this is the perfect spot for a horse that obviously does have some talent. I like the cutback too for the 11, Believe in Magic. I had some interest in her at a bit of a price last time out because of her natural speed, and she too tried stretching out in a Breeders' Cup prep race. She didn't run that badly either when going in the Miss Grillo and finishing 5th. She was kind of jostled at the start. She was pressing 3 wide in there. I think not really an ideal trip, and she's one that I wrote down in my notes last time. Not told that she wants to go longer. I wish it was a sprint. So now we're going back to a sprint. She too is a high energy type. She's smaller, she's compact. This is what she wants to do. I think the two cutting back in distance make a lot of sense in what came up a really competitive Stewart Manor, Greg.
10-1 is way too big a price on Believe in Magic. Sprinting in that Untappable, 2 starts back Kentucky Downs, and that was going 6.5 furlongs, had the lead, and then just got run down late by 2 that would be favored in this field, probably. Quiet Street and Snowface Princess getting back to sprinting. Gonna be very dangerous. Here's Beach Heist, Will Walden. We showed you the feature. Quick early in the debut, going 5.5. And went on to power on to win by 2+ lengths. It's a big win on the turf.
Big win, and a first-time starter to show that kind of speed. Usually the second time they show even more speed, more gate speed. She's on her wrong lead at this juncture. She runs through the stretch, but well clear. Finally get over her right lead inside the 8th pole. But this was a dominant performance. It's hard to put separation in turf sprints on a field.
But that was a debut. It's going to get a lot tougher here against this group. There's other speed. There's you see Amelia Green, by the way.
Yeah, Amelia does a really, really good job. Her horses always look good, and they tend to run to it. But I guess she's deputizing.
Got a major player, by the way, in the finale on the card. But yeah, she's there with Nick Juarez.
So saddling
Will
for
Walden.
Will Walden and helping out. And you see that a lot. Trainers helping out other trainers. They ship into a jurisdiction. The trainer can't be there. They can get another trainer to saddle for them to help get the tack on. Jockeys have to be there. You can't just have another rider ride them for you and still get paid.
With Beckman there again. Maggie interviewed earlier on the card. He's going to send out long shot. Taking money actually right now. Audacity, who will try and pick up the first win of her career. Just missed behind Map of the Moon, the 2 in the debut at Keeneland.
Yeah, came with a big run. Yaupan's first crop sire has been very hot. People have really been impressed with the Yaupans.
Here comes our post parade, and we'll start with Should've, the favorite. Again, compromised at the break and rushed up in that Grade 3 matron last start.
And still hung around till very late, where she was only beaten a length. Inside, got to go.
So here's Map of the Moon, who outfinished Audacity and got the win in the debut for Kelsey Danner.
Yeah, came with a big run, but they both came from well off the pace, so it seems like closing style was the right
early
tact.
pace.
Very fast pace, yeah.
Here's Sweet Montreal, New York bred, undefeated.
Undefeated, also brings speed to the affair, and her second start was a big step forward.
And one of only two-time winners in the field. Here's Beach Ice, Will Walden.
Yeah, she even looks quick. Just looking at her, she looks like a bit of a pocket rocket.
Audacity with Beckman, Ben Curtis.
Closed out of the same race with Map of the Moon. Certainly can improve, particularly with that experience.
Made an optional claiming win restricted race for David Duggan last start. Here's Velkamp.
Yeah, horse purchased out of the Fasig-Tipton digital sale for Dave Duggan. Going to have to get a little faster.
Joe Sharp Barn, Lit Ship. Will cut back in distance out of the Grade 2 Jessamine.
I like this horse as well. What Acacia was talking about, Maggie talked about yesterday. Pedigree that says shorter, and I like turning back in distance.
This one overcame quite a bit in a win last start. Hark the Angels Sing. That was at Laurel.
In the state of Larry Johnson, been breeding good horses for years. Mike Trombetta, he doesn't ship in here just to take a side trip to Don Peps.
Impressive, though. That was the second win of her career, by the way. Believe in Magic, coming out of the Grade 2, Miss Grillo, cutting back.
Like to turn back for her, too.
And Jose D'Angelo Barn, Catalonia.
Adding more speed to the affair. There looks like ample speed signed on here.
Don't forget the other Will Walden runner. State's debut, the first start. It was a win on grass, going 7 furlongs by 2 lengths in France.
Yeah, draws into the race, is 1 for 1. Probably going to be more of a closing style, particularly coming from Europe. And I think you want a closer in this race. I think the speed's going to compromise each other.
Believe in Magic. You should believe in this trainer. Bill Morey does an excellent job in this one, getting back to what it seems like she does best. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with Bill Morey, as she does cut back in distance. Bill, I thought she actually ran pretty well, all things considered, in the Miss Grillo, but it seems like she's shown to be a little bit more of a sprinter.
Yeah, it was a good race. We were happy with it, but we thought this was a better spot right now.
She's a high energy type of filly as well. There should be some pace in here. How did you see it playing out?
We're hoping to stalk the pace, but I left it to Ricardo's hands. He's riding very well, and you just kind of got to leave some of that judgment to the jock out there.
I know it took a little bit of time to get her onto the turf, but it seems that she's really appreciated that surface.
Yeah, we actually scratched off the turf at Saratoga, stayed in the race. My owners made a good call there. We all decided to stay in, and we got lucky and still won, but we've been always wanted to try her on the turf for sure.
She looks great here today. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Greg?
See what happens here. There's a lot to like with this one. I'm surprised she's that big a number.
Yeah, I am too. I like turnbacks in turf sprints like this. For horses that have shown the ability to turf sprint in the past, stretch out, just gives them more foundation, right? A little bit more stamina to help them see out the 6 furlongs to finish.
Back to Lit Ship. And we'll see. Got to prove that she can win without the lead, because it seems like there's a couple other much quicker fillies in here, although she did come from off the pace, even though she didn't win in her debut.
Yeah, on debut, she came from off the pace, and what Acacia alluded to earlier, she kind of got to shying from the crop, and I think kind of cost herself some momentum, that day. That being said, she does get Manny Franco today. Manny's got to be aware of that with this filly, because he's aggressive, and when he hits one hard, and you don't want this one to kind of get going sideways on you. You can see she even got to wander in, there. I mean, just because she's just not as focused, and sometimes the crop does you more harm than good.
So coming out of the Grade 2 Jessamine at Keeneland, that was a 1 1/16. Back to sprinting. where she broke her maiden at 6.5 furlongs. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we do see two horses rematching out of a maiden race at Keeneland. Map of the Moon is a bigger price than Audacity, though Map of the Moon did actually win that race, but both of them were very deep closers in that debut. I will say physically, I do prefer Map of the Moon, as she comes in for Kelsey Danner, who we've seen come in well meant, especially with 2-year-olds in these races. We saw her win the Miss Grillo and then go on to run third with that horse, whose name, unfortunately, I'm blanking on in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, and with some live chances throughout this weekend. So always pay attention to her horses. And Map of the Moon, very athletic looking filly by Liam Smap. My main concern is if she's going to be so far back yet again, but she was pretty sharp in all the preliminaries here and really on her toes, especially after that warm-up. The number 13, Silicium, who, as you guys mentioned, does draw in for Will Walden. She won first time out in France, and she was forwardly placed that day. Now, obviously, we do see horses that show some speed over in Europe. It's not the same kind of speed as we will see here in America, and it doesn't always translate. But I do think that sometimes it is a positive to see horses that can be forward, and she won going 7/8 at first asking, which is not an easy thing to do. And while she rode the rail in that debut race, I thought she was always traveling best in that spot. Now, that was back in July. She ships here stateside, and coming in, I really think she'll be better for a race. She looks a touch soft in here, as she looks a touch soft off of a little bit of a layoff, but we'll see if she can build off of it from today, Greg.
The new face, don't know what to expect. Yeah, from Silicium for Will Walden, who of course has Beach Heist as well, who's 9-2 the 4, so 8-1. This one who draws in with the scratch, both the 6 and 9 coming out.
Could be complementing styles, though, right? The Beach Heist, the speed she showed on debut, you would expect her to be a part of the pace. And Silicium, one going away, going 7 furlongs, so you would expect her to be outfooted a bit. So they kind of, obviously different ownership, but two horses that complement each other's styles.
Should have. Here is the Wesley Ward filly. Gets the rail. Can she break better today? Virtually gate to wire. She came out a little slow in that first start as well, and then immediately took command and broke her maiden. Kentucky Downs at 6.5. She's pretty fast early, though.
She's quick early, and the inside really should kind of simplify things. Although with Joel, you know, sometimes he does things the opposite of what you expect, and it works out for him. I mean, you can't knock his success. It's just not always as conventional as it would appear going in.
Look at how that race was run with her and how she was compromised and rushed up. It's pretty impressive, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Although she did stumble kind of going forward, right? It wasn't one of those stumbles where, boom, they give away 2 lengths at the break. She kind of bobble, and kept going forward at the same time.
5-2. Again, seems like a race where that's 2-1 is too short on anyone in here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really tough race. Honestly, no one will surprise me.
Stewart Manor, 2-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs on the grass. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Last to load to the outside. Silicium. Gonna have to wait. Veldkamp came out the front of the gate. And now, it's the 5 there. The Audacity without the riders. So stand by.
Kind of caught the 7 rearing up a little bit and then broke through the gate. And then you see Audacity to 5 without Ben Curtis.
Yeah, you saw Ben was coming over the partition in the stalls and wound up in the stall next to him. You see him shaking his arm a bit. You know, there's a lot of padding, but there's also a lot of exposed metal too. And when you get, you know, thrashed about by a 1,000-pound animal, you're going to get bruised up at the very least. And something that Acacia likes to say that I think is just so perfect, you know, sometimes these young horses are like Christmas lights. One goes out and they all go out. So she was kind of set off by the actions of the 7.
Ben Curtis, leg back up, and Audacity will reload. So here we go again. Back to Chris Griffin.
Silicium. Goes in, all set for the Stewart Manor. And they're off. Towards the outside, Believe in Magic. It's the first call. Beach Heist is in between horses, and here at the rail, that should've. Wants to be in the early action. Catalonia's out wider is in fourth. Back there in fifth is going to be Sweet Montreal. Then comes Lit Ship, who's in the gold cap, is in front of Map of the Moon. Map of the Moon travels in tandem with Hark the Angels Sing. Towards the back end, Audacity, Velkamp, and the trailer, Silicium. They work up the backstretch 21.25. A very contested and hot pace up front. Beach Heist is right there. Towards the outside, Believe in Magic. Shoulda from off the paces, watching the action. Ground saving journey from third. Catalonia starts a move here from fourth. Just behind them comes Sweet Montreal. Trying to pick it up is Map of the Moon and the Orange Silks and Lit Ship. They reach the top of the lane. Beach Heist is still there. Beach Heist, Believe in Magic is ranging up on the outside. Should've trying to do better down at the rail, and here comes Should've as well. It is now Believe in Magic, Beach Heist with a nose in front, looking for room. Map of the Moon, nowhere to go. Sweet Montreal, Map of the Moon, ready to pounce, and Map of the Moon gets up to win. Map of the Moon wins it. Then came a photo that was Believe in Magic, Beach Heist. Further back, Hark the Angels Sing. But it's Map of the Moon in the Stewart Manor.
Map of the Moon got a hot pace to close into in that debut. Gets another hot one to chase down, and now 2 for 2 for Kelsey Danner.
That was a hot pace. What a game effort by the 4. Beach Heist as well as the 11, Believe in Magic. Should have just off the pace down the inside, but here comes Map of the Moon. Axel Concepcion just delivers a perfectly timed ride with a very fast pace.
21-1 for the opening quarter.
I mean, they were rolling. I honestly can't get over how game, even though it looks like appears she was third, the 4 Beach Heist was, because she was the one making all the running, and she just kept battling. You got to like her tenacity.
If you look at the head-on here in the stretch.
You see
4 getting out a little bit.
Yeah, Beach Heist was coming out into the 11, Believe in Magic, trying to keep her engaged, keep her in the battle. Might have cost them both. Sometimes you're better off just, your horse is digging in, trying, just ride forward.
Well, and finish behind that one. So you expect to see these two lit up?
No, I do think that Beach Heist created the problem, and she finished behind the 11, Believe in Magic. So.
Oh, my bad. Yeah. Sorry, it was the 4 and the 11. 2, 11, 4, 10. 10-1 on your winner, Map of the Moon. So just like the debut, gets incredibly hot fractions to run in. 21-1, 43-2 for the half.
That's rolling. And Beach Heist did that. She just broke.
Hanging around.
Nick Wires didn't send her. She's just that naturally fast.
So Map of the Moon, Kelsey Danner, he's on quite a roll. Ground support running big in the Breeders' Cup for him. After winning a stake here leading into the Breeders' Cup. Now Map of the Moon adds another for him. Axel Concepcion, as Mig says, times this to perfection. Now 2 for 2.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bet. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As Map of the Moon wins the Stewart Manor, and I'm happy to be joined by Axel Concepcion. You rode this filly first time out. She came flying late. Today, she was so much more professional. You had a lot of horse.
Yeah, 100%. She was very professional today. I want to thank the trainer for take her ready here, and I appreciate the opportunity.
She was sharp prior to the race as well. It has to be a good feeling when she gets on her toes like that.
Oh, I mean, I talked with the trainer. She told me the last breed was really good. I ride very confident, and yeah, I mean, she's really good. I want to get her a breed and enter for the home. I put in the clear, and she do the rest.
It really worked out. You said you're rushing to catch a flight, heading to Kentucky next. It has to be exciting to come into New York for the day and get a stakes win.
Oh, was a great dream come true. I always dream to ride in this kind of track, and yeah, living my dream.
Well done. Congratulations. A nice win for sure.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
Great to see these connections with a victory. Kelsey Danner coming off the best year of her career and having an incredible month now, too. Came up working under her dad, and then with some legends. D. Wayne Lucas, Carl Navsker, Ian Wilkes, and then Wayne Catalano, and now making her own mark.
Yeah, and she's been shipping into New York with regularity and getting the money. So obviously she's identifying the horses she needs to bring here to be competitive. Great job there. Map of the Moon at over $23. Believe in Magic. A horse I know you really like, Fran. Extremely well. Beach Ice after all that speed. Very game all the way to the finish.
23-74 upset as we move into the finale on this Friday card. Mile over the inner turf. Starter optional claiming group. 3-year-olds and up, and another incredibly difficult race to close it out. Chad Brown fully booked. Klarovich Stables. Manny Franco right now a very modest 4-1 favorite.
And this was another one of those races, Greg. You said it was a tough sequence. It honestly gave me migraines last night trying to handicap these races. Just so competitive.
No matter what happens here, we have a pick 6 carryover heading into Saturday, and I believe, the lowest payout in a pick 5. It is fully booked. Care to venture a guess? 25,900 plus, smallest pick 5 payout in this finale here. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Look ahead to the weekend when we return. And the Dwyer, compact field, but it is loaded with talent, including Brad Cox and Disco Time, coming off a huge effort off the bench.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Jackie's Warrior, Elite Power on the far outside. Jackie's Warrior settles for third today. At the 16th hole, Godine is second, but Elite Power does it again.
5 out of 8 at 875 down or down 900 and 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Albert the Great, still there, leading by a length and a half. Red Bullet and More Than Ready, both giving chase. Commendable fourth. The field turning for home. The whip is out on Albert the Great, but he's still leading by almost 2 lengths. More Than Ready is second. Red Bullet is giving way. Red Bullet is tiring. Commendable fourth. 1 furlong to go. Albert the Great driving on the lead. More Than Ready trying to reel him in. Albert the Great wanders to the inside, but he is clear of More Than Ready, and Albert the Great joins the elite 3-year-olds, defeating some of the best here by 2.5 lengths.
Compact field that year, but what a group it was. You heard the names behind Albert the Great, and the MiG guiding this one to an impressive score.
He beat that year's Preakness winner, that year's Belmont winner, and More Than Ready, who would go on not only to be a top-class racehorse, but an influential sire. And Albert the Great, that was a 4th victory in a row aboard him. Unfortunately, I lost to Jim Dandy on him, and I lost him out. But that was a very nice effort from him, and beat a very good field. And he was just a horse with just so much natural speed.
What a talent. So good. This year's Dwyer, again, compact field, but there's a lot of talent
Another
in
good
this
race.
group.
Yeah.
Maybe not the talent we saw in that year's group that you won on with Albert the Great, but some emerging talent in our ABR Race of the Week, led by Disco Time, who brings in a perfect record for Brad Cox, 4 for 4. And yes, it was a St. Louis Derby, Fairmount Park. 101 buyer, though. Not just the big number, but off essential. I mean, this horse, his 3-year-old debut was January 18th. We hadn't seen him since. In some ways, and that was a wet track. I was saying with Andy the other day, sort of really could say his 3-year-old debut, at least first time on a fast track for him as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, and I'm sure he did a lot of maturing, a lot of growing up since, a race in January, and he's undefeated. He has answered every question asked of him, and he keeps finding, and he's a horse with natural speed, but he's also versatile. So you can see there's a lot to like. I think he's facing a pretty good group here, with the likes of Tip Top Thomas and Stars and Stripes, who's kind of a horse that's, developing at the right time. Even Crudo getting back to the dirt, but Disco Time, it's been impressive.
Meanwhile, Tip Top Thomas will try and make it 4 in a row. Grade 3 Indiana Derby, wins the Smarty Jones. May need to step up, though, if Disco Time can repeat what he did last time out. But this is a neat horse for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, listen, definitely more of a second half of the year kind of horse. I mean, he was second in the Champagne as a 2-year-old after breaking his maiden on debut. Had time off. He came back in April in an allowance race, and it's just been like a work in progress, right? But Todd's managed him well. He's shown a great deal of determination when he was challenged there by Fact. He's a gamer, and from the inside with Johnny Velasquez, he's going to be forward.
And sort of a new face who has emerged on the scene for Bill Mott. Stars and Stripes, lost the debut, wet track over the summer. All of a sudden we said, who's this horse who wins by 10.5 lengths to break his maiden and then backs it up with another huge effort at Saratoga?
Yeah, I mean, this is a horse with a lot of talent. Bill Mott, what does he do? He creates a horse for a career, right? He doesn't crank them up to just win a race or a particular spot. And this horse has taken a step forward in all 3 of his starts and could be poised to take another step forward.
All right, so we look forward to that. That's early on the card on Saturday, 12:40 Eastern time in that Dwyer that used to have a different position on the calendar. Shug McGahee used it as a stepping stone to a Travers win, but now obviously the race has changed a bit, but gets a very good field this year.
It was more positioned after the Belmont Stakes and before the summer big-time summer races in Saratoga. And when Albert the Great won it, it was 4th of July weekend, and that was kind of springboarding him forward,
Finale, and there's the favorite, fully booked in this mile event on the grass for Chad Brown and Klarovich. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And a very wide open board right now, the tepid 3-1 favorite on the Chad Brown runner in Fully Booked. And I almost wonder if it's just a little bit of a default with the connections. And obviously the Chad Brown horses have been running up a storm here in New York lately. But this is a horse Fully Booked who, when switching to the turf 2 starts back, I know it was a high level maiden claiming race for 100,000, but it was still in for a tag. And then he had to go to Monmouth to break his maiden. And he did so well. He closed from off of it and had plenty of horse there in the stretch, but I thought that he was a horse that looked like he still had some room for improvement. I actually haven't seen him since his debut, where he was incredibly green and lacked a lot of focus. They've got 2 handlers on his head, and while he is far more settled and relaxed, he hasn't really grown or filled out or changed much. I do like him sticking to the turf, as he is a little bit of a leaner frame type of build, and often the McLean's musics are very effective on the grass. He's very fit, definitely more focused, is high energy, but like I said, I would have liked to see a little bit more development from him to the latter half of his 3-year-old season. The number 6, Improve. He is a generous price right now on the board, and honestly, he looks best here in the paddock. I know that he wired the field and there should be some other pace, but I thought he really moved forward, getting onto the grass, which is exactly what he wants. He's a turf horse. I thought using that first race, which was off the grass, as a prep, and it was a wet track that day, showed far more speed and really improved when getting onto the turf, and he was able to hold off Battle Drum, who was part of the favorite entry, and in fact, Battle Drum, a Todd Pletcher trainee, so student beating teacher there in the stretch, but that horse came back to win, and 2 others from the field also came out of that race to win. So a very live race that Prove did win. Now, he hasn't run since the end of August, so a little bit of a freshening to him, but like I said, he's a very big horse. He looks like this is exactly the right conditions for him, the logical next step, and he's strong and very professional and relaxed here in the paddock. I love what I'm seeing from him. My only concern is if he will have some company on the front end with some other horses that do like to be forward. The number 8 Reynolds Channel I thought was interesting in this spot. We saw Michelle Nevin win a race earlier today, and talk a little bit about this guy who had switched to the turf with previous connections when claimed by Mike Maker, and actually ran pretty well coming from off of it 2 starts back. Now, last time he was off slow, and he did kind of steadied back into last early. He has lately been causing some of his own troubles at the gate, kind of tossing his head or not being prepared or just braking slowly, but he was significantly shuffled back, and to me, he just ran evenly in that spot. I've always felt physically he's built like a horse that does want a little bit more distance. He's not built like a turf sprinter, and I don't mind him on the grass, and I'm interested to see what he can do at a mile. So at a bit of a price, I thought he was interesting, stretching out for Michelle Nevin, whose horses have been running well. He looks spectacular, and perhaps most importantly, this is his 2nd time as a gelding. We often see that the ultimate equipment change can make a big difference, but you will often see the biggest change come in their 2nd start after that gelding has been done, Greg.
Interesting. See what happens here. 9-2. As you take a look at our Saturday stakes schedule, loaded with terrific lineup and a fantastic card Saturday afternoon, led by the Dwyer and the Mother Goose for 3-year-old fillies.
Yeah, they're a terrific card lined up, and we start early with stakes competition, so it's going to be a good day of racing.
Drexel Hill, runner-up, Kentucky Oaks, behind, at that point, the undefeated Good Cheer. She has not raced back since that first Friday in May, so it seems like a tall task going 1 1/8 off this long layoff, doesn't it?
It does, but one of her wins did come over this aqueduct surface going 1 mile. We heard Whit Beckman earlier talking about the challenges of bringing a filly back going 1 1/8 off a layoff, particularly a track that at times can be a bit demanding. It could be a bit on the tiring side, sandy or sort of surface here at Aqueduct.
See what she can bring. Time to grow up, certainly, and mature, and we'll see if she takes that step forward.
Time to grow up.
You've had plenty of time. But it's never going to happen with you, is it? For Drexel Hill, we will see. I mean, I thought she was an outside contender actually going into that Oaks. She was a huge price, obviously, that day, but she looked great, too, in the Busher.
Oh, man, she really ran well in that Oaks. I mean, Kentucky Oaks, right, is the Kentucky Derby for the girls. And, to her to, run that big against Good Cheer, who at the time was on a mad tear.
All right, here's our post parade for the nightcap. We start with Captcha, Phil Antonacci, and a time that sort of lines up or figure with this field, but it was Maiden Claiming Company.
Yeah, it took him to Maiden 25 to find the right spot, but maybe that was a confidence booster.
7-2, fully booked, Chad Brown.
Good closing style from a great barn, and there's speed in here.
Coolapot, Bill Mott Jr.
Another one that's a deep closer, but very strong connections, and I think gets speed to help that late run.
Huge price here on this David Donk runner that's a contender, I thought, the 4.
Yeah, especially dropping back an eighth of a mile after showing speed throughout last time.
Middle market, some very good races for Marcelo Arenas.
And another one, more of a closing style, like with a race that I think is speed. There's a lot of speed.
Talked earlier about Amelia Green having a contender in the last, and there's proof. Turf debut, a win.
Yeah, showing speed that day, but we don't know what this horse's style is. Only 2 starts. Maybe can settle just off the pace.
English Castle went by probably some of the fastest races in the field, 11-1.
More speed, too.
Reynolds Channel, Keisha touched on.
Stretching out after, closing, showing some interest in shorter races.
Bay of Bengal, that was a big figure, but it was soft Maiden 45 Claiming Company at Laurel.
Another one that seems to have that forward style.
And can Flavian Pratt add another outside post for Mike Maker?
Well, we're going to need to see all of Flavian Pratt's ample skills on display here to overcome that outside draw.
That's some speed to work with, though. Back to the 2. Fully booked. Goes to Monmouth to break the maiden in career start number 4. It did take a move forward.
Oh, absolutely. And maybe it's more, a function of the competition, but you got to like the way this horse closed. And I think it's good speed. It might have maybe just a touch more speed, potentially, than the 3 Coolapot, who the race, to me, runs through the 2 of them.
3-1. I thought a very tough race, and just simply because it is this barn, that this one would get overbet.
Well, I think that's fair, but they deliver enough that even when they're overbet, they seem to come through.
That's true. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, they certainly do. And I think that there are a couple of other intriguing prospects in here, though. I was taking a look at the number 3 Coolapot. This is a horse for Bill Mott, who faced LaChase last time out, a horse that had been coming in with some excuses from Saratoga, and I thought ran very well against some good competition in there, was last early and ran on kind of weaving between horses and going through traffic in that effort. Now, the biggest concern about Coolapot is that since he's moved to the turf, he has absolutely no speed. And I think that's in large part why we saw them stretch him out to the mile and 5/16, try the mile and an 1/8 last time out. That being said, does not look like a horse that wants to go further. He looks like a miler. He's smaller and compact. He's definitely filled out nicely into the second half of his 3-year-old season. He framed up beautifully out there on the track, but physically, he looks like this is the right spot for him. See if he can get himself into the race a little bit more. The number 10, Gene and Jude. Now, last time when he ran at the end of October, he was at the time when everything in the Mike Maker barn seemed to be firing, and he was disappointing. So that concerns me a bit. But that being said, he ran very well 2 back when being able to get onto the front end behind Iron Max, who has talent, and it was his first start for the Mike Maker barn. Last time, while he broke running, he had company and he was never really able to get comfortable in the front end. And to be honest, he just never really looked like he was participating in that race. Flavian Pratt took him right away from the pony today, gave him an aggressive warm-up out there. He looked excellent in his coat and in his conditioning, and coming back on a relatively quick turnaround, just having run on October 22nd. But I like what I see from him, and I'm wondering if it's a case of, well, maybe thinking that he didn't really try last time out, and so coming back pretty quickly, rev up his engines prior to this race. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see him show a little bit more today, though again, if he runs his preferred running style, he could be yet another to add some pace to the affair today, Greg.
Minute to post. Thank you, Acacia, for this finale where no one has been able to put together this pick 6 to this point. We have a carryover no matter what happens here going into Saturday afternoon. As we take a look here at Prove, Amelia Green was able to do it. Turf debut, second career start on the front end. Somewhat soft fractions.
Yeah, soft fractions, but, you know, this horse got to the turf and just found the surface that he's meant for, and we don't have a complete handle on this horse's style. This horse might be just as comfortable or even more comfortable coming from just off the pace, and I probably should have picked this horse, Greg, because out of a mare, 5 Mach Speed, who is a full sister to Desert Code, the horse I won the Breeders' Cup on. So this horse is closely related to Desert Code. Desert Code's essentially his uncle.
But you wound up abandoning that
with the favorite
and going to the 2-to-1. I can't believe anyone in this field is 2-to-1 in here. But look, these horses from this barn, they contend to improve. But look, this horse took 4 starts to get that first win and had to go to Monmouth to do it too.
But I think is very well placed today, right? Broke maiden and a maiden allowance at Monmouth.
But doesn't have some sort of big edge on anyone in this field figures-wise.
I think that's very fair. I just thought that with the amount of speed that it appears to be in paper here, I wanted a closer, and I just thought he was the most reliable closer, albeit as your favorite.
Meanwhile, the hot story all year, but certainly Sunday and all week leading into this new meet, it's been Pratt. Gene and Jude. He's got the outside post here for Mike Maker, one of the hottest barns in the country, too. We'll see if Pratt can add a third on the card from that outside post. Does have a little room to work with to try and get over. The horse does have some speed. There he is. Nightcap, Friday card from Aqueduct. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Middle Market has early speed from in between horses, and the 2 outer markers there, Bay of Bengal and also Gene and Jude, forwardly placed. It's going to be Bay of Bengal, and Jamie Rodriguez is off the rail. Prove is trying to hold that spot down towards the inside. Now we'll take back, and it will be Bay of Bengal into that first turn. Gene and Jude is now stalking from second at the rail. That's Prove, and following them, clipping heels there. Going down, unseen in the rider, that was Salt Spartan. Salt Spartan clipped heels. Horse is bucking there on the turn. Gonna keep an eye out because the horse did take out the rail too, and I do have a rider down. So we work up the backstretch here, and it's Bay of Bengal right now, who's up by 3/4 of a length. Gene and Jude is going to be sitting here in second. Gene and Jude is just off of this leader. Prove is in third. They're followed by Capsha, who's now in the 4th position. Capsha's in 4th. Further back in the field, there comes Middle Market. Middle Market's followed by Fully Booked. Then comes Kulipat. Horses that did have trouble there. English Castle, the rider's feet were out of the iron, so Rosario's just easing up on the 7. Also, the 8 Reynolds Channel is going to be pulled up at the race too. So they're well into the far turn here as we get set to reach the top of the lane. They are tending to the rider who is down in the first turn. They reach the top of the lane. Bay of Bengal is in front. Gene and Jude is now hard-pressed to try and push on by. Kulipat is making up some ground. Prove down towards the inside, and also Captcha's running on. Outriders are going to be after the wire here after this race is done. It is going to be Bay of Bengal. Bay of Bengal will get the victory. Bay of Bengal, Gene and Jude is going to be second. Prove in third. Fully Books in a photo. Riders will be keeping an eye on that turn. Hold all tickets in race 10.
Scary situation in this race. Salt Spartan dumping Jose Gomez. The 7 lost the irons with Joel Rosario, English Castle. In the end, Bay of Bengal back-to-back wins now, Graham Motion.
Yeah, and was up on top of that pace and was able to keep finding and kicked on. Nice effort by the 10. Gene and Jude from that outside post just came up second best. Prove game would be third, and there is Jose Gomez. And see, he's marked up a little bit on his face, but he's up, he's talking, and that's the number one thing. You just want to make sure that they're conscious, can move everything. But he looks like he took a pretty good beating, though.
Trying to get you an update with more when we can. It's Bay of Bengal, 23-1 upset winner to close out this Friday card. Graham Motion with this long shot winner in the nightcap.
You can gamble anywhere all the time. Just ask yourself, should I? Take a pause and think about how often you're gambling. A pause can help you stay in control. Visit oasis.ny.gov to take our survey and see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, a 23-1 long shot winner, Bay of Bengal, who went gate to wire in a soft maiden claiming group at Laurel last start, takes this nightcap 9-10, 6-2. Here's a look at the outrider catching up with Salt Spartan, who had dumped Jose Gomez. We saw Jose Gomez in the cart being attended to. That was a good sign. And Salt Spartan they have caught up to as well. For more, let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, very scary situation there. As you heard in Chris Griffin's call, Salt Spartan, it looked like the saddle slipped and was cinching him, and that was causing him to buck. I don't know if that's what caused that scary incident there, causing him to unseat Jose Gomez, but that was how he was acting after that did take place. But he was apprehended by the outrider. Thankfully, his bridle was still on, and he was able to be grabbed by an outrider as well. The number 7 in English Castle, Joel Rosario, lost his irons when being bumped because of what took place. He also was picked up by the outrider, but never did lose part ways with Joel Rosario. So positive signs for both horses and for Joel. You saw Jose Gomez being attended to. I don't have an update on him as of yet, but certainly hoping that everything is okay. And after the wire, all riders were incredibly careful to keep their space and to avoid him. And because of concussion protocols, when a rider does go down like that, they must stay down until the ambulance and team can check in on them, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you for that. As we take one more look here into the stretch, and just no one able to run down here Bay of Bengal.
No, in a race it appeared there were 4 or 5 horses that would have speed. Bay of Bengal's the only one who showed up with speed. Jamie Rodriguez doing the job. He rode this horse for Graham last time. at Laurel. Now he's going to ride here all winter. He gets to mount here, and this horse just kept finding after setting a moderate pace. Glad to hear that horses are okay after that incident. And Jose Gomez, he may be a little, banged up, but he was up. He was talking. That's the most important thing you want to see.
Jamie Rodriguez aboard for the win, and Pratt 2 wins, runner-up here despite that outside post. At 5-1 to complete the exacta. Another productive day for a man who could be headed to his second straight Eclipse Award.
He's in a battle. Him and Irad are going to go down to the end of the year. It's going to be interesting. We're very, very blessed and fortunate to have such talented core of riders. And I don't know that we've ever had as talented a core of riders as young as this group is, where they're going to continue to actually improve, believe it or not. And there's a window for every jockey where you've got that youthful exuberance, physicality's all there, but you lack a little bit of experience. But then you gain the experience and you've got that physicality. For some guys, that window stays open a long time. Some stays open a shorter period of time, but you got to maximize it when you're in that zenith, when you're at your best both physically and mentally.
Let's take a look at some stakes action from earlier on in the card. And the Central Park. And at field, 2 sprints for Tom Morley. One at first asking, beating the highly regarded Schwarzenegger at Saratoga. And now stretching out for the first time with a win.
Yeah, really nice job by Tom Morley. Give this horse 2 sprints. He had a win and a stakes placing, and now he comes back and gets a stakes win on the stretch out. That's classic old school move, right? 2 sprints before you stretch out to the route. And he got a beautiful and perfect ride from Ricardo Santana, who took advantage of that one post, sat in the pocket, saved all the ground, and was able to tip out when necessary and get it done under aggressive handling by him. I was kind of interested, and a little bit surprised, Greg, that Vacoma gets 17% winners with his turf routers as opposed to 13% of his turf sprinters. I think of Vacoma, I think of him throwing more of like speedy types, sprinter types, but the stats don't bear that out.
Former Met Mile winner with that kind of paddling, running style action.
Paddling action. It shows you, pretty is as pretty does in racing. He might have been an ugly mover, but he did it fast.
Yes, he did. Take a look at the Stewart Manor on this card as well. And once again, just like the debut, Map of the Moon gets an insanely hot pace to try and run down, and now 2 for 2 and a stakes winner for Kelsey Danner.
Yeah, it came with that late run. Again, like you talked about, just the speed showed up in the Stewart Manor. Map of the Moon just kind of repeated the maiden effort as far as style, probably improved a bit. I love how confident Axel Concepcion was. It's just not easy. Come into a place like New York, you don't ride here on a daily basis, and compete at this level and stay as cool, calm, and collected as he did. Nice effort. Kelsey Danner's been shipping in with regularity and getting the money.
When you have to come from that far off the pace, sprinting like this one does, do you kind of just let the horse take you there, and when they're ready to make that run, you go, or do you have to try and time it?
Well, it depends on the horse, right? Young horses need more direction, more guidance than horses that have more experience. But I think a lot of it comes down to, Greg, trusting your horse. Horses tell us what we need to know. It's whether we're paying enough attention and we have enough confidence to listen to them. Earlier in the day, Junior Alvarado won on Neon Bordeaux, right? And he said, I expected to be up a little closer. He laid up close last time, and I was out the back. Well, they went 44 and change. So the horse, in essence, was telling Junior, they're going too fast. I can't do that. So you listen to your horse. You show confidence in your horse. Put your hands down. You have a dance partner. And you've got to kind of find that seamless step together.
Pick 6 carryover into Saturday with a tremendous Saturday card that we have. $22,631 carried over into the Pick 6 that begins in race 5. Bay of Bengal closes things out here. $48 winner to close out this Friday card.
Yeah, gets it done. Like I said, I said it going into it was a head scratcher. I wouldn't have been surprised anybody would win. Bay of Bengal gets it done under Jamie Rodriguez, who I think is a very welcome addition to this jockey colony. And then the 10, Gene and Jude, Flavien Prat from a very tough post, gave this horse every opportunity to show his best, and he does that consistently.
Pick 5, pretty productive. Well done if you had that. 77,800 plus.
not a bad day at the races. And listen, you can go to a ball game, have the greatest time. You are not leaving with $77,000 more, unless you were to catch like a milestone home run ball or something. And but that's not going to happen. Where coming to the races, you can have a great day, a great time, and potentially leave with more money than you came.
Yes, that would be quite a bit more than probably
what
most of you came with. Well done if you put that together. Saturday Stakes schedule. You look at this lineup. I was going to ask you this before we say goodbye. We have a little bit of time. A lot of names we're going to see in this card tomorrow. Disco Time, Stars and Strides, Stars and Stripes. Runner-up in the Kentucky Oaks for Whit Beckman as well. Drexel Hill. Who are you most looking forward to seeing on this card tomorrow?
I'm really interested in the Dwyer because, you've got Disco Time. You've got Tip Top Thomas. It's just to be Stars and Stripes. It feels like it's like the battle of the second half of the year, 3-year-olds, the horses that were just a little bit behind maturity-wise to make the Triple Crown.
But these seem like, in the Dwyer, some 3-year-olds that maybe could get into the picture next year as 4-year-olds.
Well, that's what we're looking for, right? Who's going to be a good 4-year-old now?
Hope you join us tomorrow for a very strong card, 11:30 a.m. Eastern start time on our Saturday coverage. Check your local listings on Fox Sports. It was Atfield. Terrific story for these connections. Named after part of the team. Tom Morley and company lost too early, and he has turned into a stakes winner now. Santana Jr. aboard for the win. Stewart Manor, Kelsey Danner, Axel Concepcion from way back off the pace. Got a hot pace to run down, and now 2 for 2 as Map of the Moon wins the Stewart Manor. We'll see you tomorrow on our Fox Sports coverage.
Still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. Americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.